Tonight, as the season ends, the Indians give the ball to a 21-year-old right-hander whose season began in the minor leagues. Now, Jarrett Wright, 3 years out of high school, tries to bring Cleveland its first world championship in nearly half a century. Jim Leyland never played a day in the major leagues. He spent 2 decades in the minors. While riding those buses, how often must he have thought about a game like this? Now, after all the twists and turns of a season and a career, it comes down to this. Game 7. Next.
NBC Sports presents the 1997 World Series. Tonight, it's Game 7. The Cleveland Indians versus the Florida Marlins.
Dating back to spring training, the Florida Marlins and the Cleveland Indians have, between them, played more than 400 baseball games this season. And now, it's reduced to one game. One game in which any single play, any single pitch might decide the 1997 World Champion. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Game 7. I'm Bob Costas, to be joined in a bit by Bob Uecker and Joe Morgan for the call of this final game of the 1997 World Series. Right now, less than 20 minutes from the scheduled first pitch, the temperature is 80 degrees and it's muggy. The humidity is 88%. The veteran left-hander Al Leiter is set to throw for the Marlins, and the 21-year-old right-hander Jarrett Wright, the rookie, gets the call for Cleveland. We're back with the play-by-play in a bit, but right now, for the pregame show, we go to Hannah Storm and Keith Olbermann.
Thanks, Bob, and one lineup change to tell you about, and this may sound familiar. The same situation as Game 6 of the ALCS, in which the Indians beat Baltimore, and that is their leadoff hitter, Bip Roberts, unable to play tonight, at least unable to be in the starting lineup because still suffering the effects of the flu. Tony Fernandez will take his place at second base in that Game 6 of the ALCS. Fernando was the hero with a remarkable home run. So if you're superstitious, harken back to that game.
They got that covered, but what about the pitcher? Jarrett Wright has started 4 postseason games, and the Indians have won them all. Now manager Mike Hargrove will give him the ball in the biggest game of them all. Last night, just minutes after Wright officially learned he would start Game 7, the 21-year-old was loose and excited. When did you find out you were starting Game 7 of the World Series?
About 10 minutes ago. Hanging out in the training room, waiting to for the decision to come down, and came in and told me I was starting tomorrow.
Fazed by this at all?
It's a little surprise because, you know, pitching, you know, Game 4, we didn't think, or at least I didn't think I was going to throw again. That was kind of the outlook. But, you know, sitting down in the bullpen tonight, you know, I think I'm ready.
Any kind of hint provided when both Charles Nagy and Brian Anderson were warming up?
That was my indication.
First telltale sign.
Yeah, I was sitting down there, and, you know, Charlie could have gone, you know, tomorrow. He warmed up once, and then I see him, you know, got up again, same as, you know, Brian Anderson. So kind of had a feel for it, and it's just waiting to hear it.
Manager says that your selection is not merely a question of the fact that you're a good pitcher or that he has confidence in you, but he makes the distinction between cocky and confidence, and he says it's the ignorance of fear, the ignorance of youth, and growing up in a major league family. Is that how you would describe your attitude? You've seen this from infancy?
Yeah, I mean, baseball's, you know, having my dad play, baseball's been a part, you know, growing up, and yeah, I mean, I've been around the game a lot, and you know, this is what you dream about. This is you know, Game 7 of the World Series, and you know, I might be the young buck, and hopefully you can do it one more time.
Wright himself, the son of a major leaguer, will face the brother of a major leaguer in Florida's Al Leiter.
Well, Keith, you say Game 7, and everybody understands just how special and rare these games are, including Jarrett Wright, but very few people have experienced the pressure of playing the ultimate game. Someone who has been there and come through a winner is Joe Morgan of the 1975 Big Red Machine. When we return, Joe's memories and emotions from that October day.
Sea turtles. They bury their eggs on some tropical beach. When the eggs hatch, the babies find their way to the water and across miles of ocean. Now, we also have this built-in sense of direction when we're in our own shells.
Carin, the car navigation system from Philips Magnavox. It shows exactly how to get to where you want to go.
Man has finally caught up with nature.
Today, people are out there doing, reaching beyond the norm, and no muscle ache, no headache will bring them down. Because today, we have an advanced medicine called Advil. Advil works fast, right at the site of body pain, stopping it where it starts. The relief is glorious. Headaches to muscle aches, Advil relieves all kinds of pain. Advil simply lets people do what they love to do.
A little girl's parents dive into frigid waters to save her life, leaving 2 other kids alone on board. What happens next? A special Dateline, Wednesday, 8/7 Central.
Someone has unleashed man's 3 greatest evils.
Vampires aren't human. They never leave any parts of themselves.
One man stands between us.
I don't think he's human, and he's taken out my city.
And them.
Vampires, werewolves, Frankenstein.
But to stop them, you'll have to believe in them.
I'm the only one in this entire city who knows what's going on.
This Halloween weekend, an event of undying proportions. Do it! House of Frankenstein, Sunday, Halloween weekend on NBC. Violent scenes, parental discretion advised.
I'm Greg Gumbel in New York. At Seattle, Warren Moon putting the finishing touches on the Raiders with his 5th touchdown pass of the day. Joey Galloway catches his 3rd, 45-34. Raiders have to play. Back to Miami, Hannah Storm.
Thanks, Greg. There has been only one Game 7 in the World Series in the 1990s, and that was back in 1991 when Minnesota beat Atlanta. Everyone who has ever put on a glove has dreamed of driving in the winning run in Game 7 of the World Series. Joe Morgan is one of the special few to have done just that.
When I think of the 1975 World Series, my mind immediately races to the 8th inning with me standing at second base. We have a 6-3 lead in the game and a 3-2 lead in the series. And I was counting the outs until we would be world champions. I was fitting myself for a World Series ring. There were 6 outs, then there were 5 outs, and then there were 4 outs. And even before the ball landed in the seats off the bat of Bernie Carbo, I found myself mentally trying to pick myself up off the ground because we had been so close. And as we all know, Carlton Fisk won the ball game for the Red Sox by hitting a home run in the bottom of the 12th inning. But the moment we left the clubhouse, we turned the page. In Game 7, I found myself in a similar situation, counting outs. Except this time, we were on the short end of a 3-0 lead. Tony Perez hit a 2-run homer, and we went to the 9th inning tied. And I was on deck with the winning run at second base. As I walked to the batter's box, I was thinking, this is the moment that I've always wanted to have. This is where I would love to be. This is the time I planned for. And every player in tonight's game will have to have that same type of attitude. You have to want to be the guy with the game on the line. And for me, boom, a base hit, and I'd finally won the ring that I'd fitted myself for the day before.
22 years ago, Joe Morgan, hero in Game 7. Who will be the hero in tonight's Game 7? Last night, it was another young pitcher, Chad Ojay, and the brilliant shortstop, Omar Vizquel, who extended this season one more day.
Only by going alone in silence can one get into the heart of the wilderness.
All other travel is mere dust, and hotels, and baggage, and chatter.
Craig Lambert isn't too worried about how to invest for Zach's college education. That's because he works with a broker from Dean Witter. Together, they developed a long-term investment plan to help take Zach wherever he wants to go.
Clients feel most comfortable with our ability to see things from their perspective.
Now, when Craig looks into his son's eyes, he can see the future and smile. Dean Witter.
We measure success, one investor at a time. A woman brought in dying. Her surgeon is suspected in a gruesome crime.
They were getting ready to take her organs out, or she was declared dead.
Ripped from the headlines. Law and Order, NBC Wednesday.
This Saturday, the return of the NBC Saturday trilogy.
The Pretender.
He's a human chameleon.
Jared plays dead.
Spooky, huh?
Plus,
Sleepwalkers.
I got nowhere else to turn. A dream team trained to enter your nightmares.
Level. Series premiere.
Then,
Profiler.
we have a crisis. The president needs Sam's help to stop a killer.
Stay right there.
The NBC Saturday trilogy is back this Saturday.
Life is but a dream.
Back in Miami, where there will be one extra fan in attendance tonight, Marlins rookie Livan Hernandez's mother, Miriam Carreras, was granted a visa by the Cuban government, allowing her to come to the United States and attend Game 7. About 2 hours ago, she arrived at Miami International Airport, and less than 30 minutes ago, she came here to the stadium with a hero's welcome. She will take her place in this crowd of some 67,000 tonight. Although Jim Leland told us her son will not pitch tonight, they will be able to share the emotions of this day.
And one of them will be, we will greet Mrs. Carreras with our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the third base area, where tonight's colors will be presented by the Florida Army National Guard. And now, to honor America, please welcome five-time Grammy Award winner, singer, songwriter, Mary Chapin Carpenter.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red flares, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
They are the two most famous words in sports. Game 7 coming up next. We turn it over to Bob Costas, Joe Morgan, and Bob Uecker after these messages.
You're watching the 50th anniversary of the World Series on NBC Sports.
Camry's the best-selling car in America, and I've always
wanted one.
Now's the time to make it happen. During your Toyota dealer's premier sales event, you can lease a 98 Camry for just $259 a month. Your Toyota dealer has a way with numbers like Toyota has a way with quality. No wonder Camry's #1.
I'm sold.
Well, get going then. This special Camry lease ends November 3rd. See your Toyota dealer. He's there to help you get more car for less.
Every day.
When I shopped for a health plan, I wasn't bargain hunting, but I wanted the most for my money, so I asked a lot of questions. And Aetna Senior Choice had the right answers. They cover more than a lot of Medicare supplements do, at no extra cost.
We cover preventive care. Yes, including routine checkups.
And I can choose from hundreds of doctors. In fact, my own doctor is on the Senior Choice list, so I didn't have to change. And now all I pay is a few dollars for each office visit. No surprises. I tell you, it pays to ask.
With Aetna Senior Choice, you get a lot more than Medicare without paying more. There's no monthly plan premium, no deductible, and hospital bills are covered in full. Call 1-800-640-0236 for more information about Aetna Senior Choice. Call now and we'll send you this free guide to Medicare. That's 1-800-640-0236.
Senior Choice is the right choice.
Aetna Senior Choice. Let's work together for your health.
You can get there from the University of Akron.
Voting yes on issue 2 cracks down on workers' comp cheaters like these. This man is cheating, collecting for a bad back, and he had help.
Doctor gets some money out of it, and plus my attorney gets some money out of it.
Ready?
The man carrying this cabinet has cheated workers' comp for 5 years.
Third down. They've been paying me workers' compensation since May of 1992.
What?
Third down.
We're not so dumb. Fix workers' comp. Vote yes on issue 2.
For complete local coverage, Channel 3 News.
The first pitch of Game 7 is moments away, and so we say hello to Mr. Baseball, Bob Uecker, and Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. Let's get right to it. A rookie starts Game 7 for the Cleveland Indians.
Well, I didn't think there was any other choice for Mike Hargrove, Bob. I love the choice. Jarrett Wright, power-throwing right-hander. He's got an outstanding fastball, pretty good curve and changeup. You don't get any tricks from this guy. He comes right at you. Jim Leland says he has a tendency to be wild. We have to keep him in the strike zone. He won Game 4 in the World Series. He worked 6 innings, allowed 5 hits, 3 earned runs, walked 5, struck out 5. They say this kid's going to be a star. Tonight's the chance to prove it.
They select him, and in so doing, bypass Charles Nagy, but Nagy is available out of the bullpen. In fact, everybody is available for Cleveland tonight except Chad Ojai, last night's winner. What about Al Leiter, 32-year-old veteran left-hander who goes for the Marlins, 11-9 for the year, but roughed up in the postseason?
Well, he has pitched very poorly in the postseason, but it was encouraging the way he threw the ball against Cleveland on Tuesday. He had an excellent fastball, and he also had a great curveball. He did not throw his breaking ball enough. That was his problem. He let them lock in on the fastball because he tried to overthrow when he got behind. And when he got in trouble, he threw the high fastball to Tolman. He hit the ball out of the ballpark. These Cleveland Indians hitters can lock in on fastballs as good as any team in baseball. So if you do not mix your pitches well, do not throw the curveball, you're going to have a problem. 1+ for the Marlins. Even though he was 11-9, he was 6-2 here at home.
In talking to Jim Leland before the game, he said just about everybody is available, as you might expect for Game 7, except Kevin Brown, last night's starter and loser. He won't use him even for a single batter, and he won't go to Livan Hernandez in relief on 2 days rest because Hernandez threw 142 pitches on Thursday night in the win in Game 5. Other than that, everyone is available. Available as always, Jim Gray. Let's go to him.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Well, just a few moments ago in the Marlins locker room, Jim Leland addressed addressed his team. Then he left the locker room. At that point, Gary Sheffield got up, and it was a very emotional moment. He said, hey, guys, listen up. There's a guy who's been trying to win this thing for 33 years. He's been under the worst conditions. He's traveled through buses. He's gone through every city. He's a guy who's very, very dedicated to all of us. So right now, guys, I'd like to dedicate this game to our manager, Jim Leland. I know you don't want to let him down, and I don't want to let him down. It was truly an emotional scene. Sheffield said he's not used to talking to the team, but all of the guys really got fired up. And in this day and age of high-priced millionaires, it was truly refreshing to see this type of a dedication. Bob?
Jim, thanks a lot. It might not have been Newt Rockne, but it'll do for Game 7 of the World Series. The Indians lineup does not include Bip Roberts. He's available, but he's had to be removed from games a couple of times in this World Series because he's suffering from a stomach virus. And so Fernandez starts the game at second base, and Vizquel moves up to the leadoff spot. Alomar, as you see, continues on a rampage. And now to Al Leiter.
Well, Al Leiter has a very good fastball, a cutter, a slider, and a curveball. Everything is hard, so he better throw some breaking balls to keep these Indian hitters honest. Again, if they're able to lock in on his fastball, he could be in for a tough time. But again, he was 6-2 at home, Bob.
You notice that for the first time in this World Series, they're going with the sleeveless uniform tops. Muggy night, humidity 88%, temperature 80 degrees.
And there's the defense behind Leiter, a pretty good defense. They've got Darren Dalton at first base tonight, but Charles Johnson is kind of the key. He's going to have to make Leiter throw some breaking balls.
Ed Montague, the plate umpire, adjusting his mask. Dale Ford at first, Joe West at second, Greg Kosk at third. Ken Kaiser has the right field line, Randy Marsh the left field line. First pitch of Game 7, a called strike.
And with a breaking ball. So he starts off trying to keep them off balance with a breaking ball. It lets him know that he will use it more tonight.
And he's ahead of him 0-2. Vizquel is hitting .240 for the series. But he made the play of the series last night, robbing Charles Johnson with a startling diving play in the hole and throw from the outfield grass, choking off a rally and saving 2 runs. Bounces this one to Bonilla. 1 out.
Now, after starting Vizquel off with a breaking ball, he goes to the hard stuff. Vizquel chased a high fastball, and then as Leiter did in the first outing of the series, he gets inside on Vizquel. Here he jams him, and he hits that little roller up along third to Bobby Bonilla. In that outing against the Indians, his first outing, he made some very good pitches on Cleveland hitters. They got jammed and hit those little flares in the right field that eventually led to his downfall, but he can get tight on you very, very easily.
Bip Roberts could play tonight, but Mike Hargrove didn't want to face a situation where Roberts starts the game, feels ill again, has to be removed, and then he's used up 2 players. So Fernandez gets the start. And is this crowd on fire or what?
Well, they were here about 1 o'clock this afternoon, Bob. These parking lots were jammed and ready.
A ball and a strike to the switch hitter, who hit around 400 from the right side this year. 286 overall. In on his hands and fouled back 1-2.
There they are again. Leiter with 2 strikes on another Indians hitter, and this place jam-packed, standing.
$67,000 plus roaring, and a breaking ball in the dirt.
The fact that Fernandez is starting could be a plus for the Indians, simply because he's a little better second baseman because he's played there more than Bip Roberts. And from the right side, he is an excellent hitter, hitting .500 in the series.
Leiter's 2-2 pitch. Fastball fouled away.
Well, despite the fact that Leiter throws that fastball in the 90s, the Marlins outfield, as Joe just alluded to a moment ago, Fernandez from the right side has got some pop. They play him as a pull hitter. There's a gap in right center between Sheffield and White.
turned 32 on Thursday. A New Jersey kid. He's been with the Yankees, the Blue Jays, now the Marlins. His 3-2 pitch.
One thing they always worry about with Leiter is that he's hyper, and if in the first couple of innings he has a tendency to overthrow.
And this ball is whacked into center field. Devon White has a beat on it. To help get Leiter in the mood for each of his starts here at home, they play Bruce Springsteen songs. Fellow New Jersey guy, for about an hour before the game.
And we mentioned that he has pitched very well here. 6-2, 2.28, but in the postseason this year he's 0-1.
Home or away, he's been roughed up in the postseason, including his Game 3 start in Cleveland. Ramirez hits it hard, but Renteria has it. Leiter works a perfect first.
Who's the big man that slams the world with just one hand? You're damn
acting is being.
Can't quite put my finger on it. Something just ain't right. That's what I've been missing.
Don't even think about it. Pepsi. Generation Next.
Please?
Nah.
Welcome to the Edge, brother. The place where mushrooms live at their own risk. Where the toppings meet the tongue and outer crust has been abolished. The Edge from Pizza Hut, where there's no outer crust and no inner longing. Where the toppings roam free and the taste runs deep. It's the Edge Pizza, and you're just $8.99 away from 16 pieces of pure, pulchritudinous toppings. Come on, have you been to the Edge?
Your mom, what do you suppose she's up to right now? Putting a few more pounds on the cat? Dating a younger man? Listening to the local news? Wishing you lived closer? Well, now's the perfect time to find out. MCI introduces 5-cent Sundays, 5 cents a minute, every minute of every Sunday, if you're an MCI customer. And if not, become one. Call 1-800-SUNDAYS.
Or 3/4.
10 millimeter.
My favorite.
The all-new monster truck. Pure truck.
Jim Leland makes some changes for Game 7. Jeff Conine is out, and not only does Dalton play first base, but he hits cleanup. And the slumping Bobby Bonilla is dropped to 6th. Alou is in between them, specifically in anticipation of multiple pitching changes in Game 7 with just about everybody in the bullpen. He wants to have that left-right switch hitter possibility to foil any moves that Hargrove might make with his bullpen.
Well, Jared Wright, power pitcher all the way. He's got an excellent fastball, curve, and a change. He has a tendency to be high in the strike zone from time to time.
White bounces the first pitch up the middle. Vizquel doing what he does best.
Well, I'm telling you.
Can he pick it?
He can pick it.
Boy, I'm telling you, you don't see him any better than that guy. Here's the defense behind Wright. 22 postseason double plays. The play of this series, one of the great plays, was turned by that guy, Omar Vizquel. Man, what a shortstop. Jim Leland said today he might be the best I've seen.
Here's another good one, Renteria. Taking a ball. 10 months ago, Jarrett Wright was pitching for the Scottsdale Scorpions of the Arizona Fall League. At the beginning of this season, He was with the Akron Arrows. That's double-A ball. Bounced over first. Fair ball, base hit for Renteria. Chased down by Ramirez. He sprints for a double, and he's in there.
Bob, one thing that works well for both hitters on these teams is that both of these pitchers will come after you. You have to only react to what they're doing. You do not have to think too much. And that's what they're doing here, just going after the fastball from Jarrett Wright. A nice throw here, but good hustle by Renteria, and they have a runner in scoring position with Gary Sheffield coming up.
That ball that Renteria hit looked like it was behind him. It was by him already. He hit it very late and hit it past Jim Thome down the right field line.
Now they can pitch around Sheffield if they'd like, but Dalton hitting .467 and crushing almost everything he swings at the past 3 or 4 games will be next. Ball 1. I don't care how uncommonly composed Jarrett Wright is for a 21-year-old. It's still remarkable. 3 years ago, he was pitching for Catella High School in Anaheim, California. Now Game 7 of the World Series. 2-0. Didn't even come to the big leagues until the last week of June.
And Bob, no matter how good you think he's going to be in the future, this is a pretty big stage for a young kid at this point in his career.
A dangerous pitch for him to Sheffield on 2-0. Three balls and no strikes.
There's that little two-seam fastball that Jarrett Wright throws. It comes into a right-hander diving down inside on Sheffield and missing.
And Sheffield takes strike 1. They're all pros, sure, but look at them. Look at Sheffield stepping out, deep breaths. You think he does that in the first inning of a game in mid-July, or even in Game 6 of the World Series? This is Game 7. There's nothing like it. Ball 4.
You might see Jarrett Wright start taking a couple of deep breaths here too, Bob. Yesterday, he told me, he said, hey, I'm ready. If they want me, I'll take the ball. I'm ready. The worst part of this whole thing is before the game. Once I get into the bullpen and I get myself loose, get to the dugout, and I'm ready to go, heck, I'm locked in.
Mike Hargrove managing Game 7 on his 48th birthday. Now Dalton. Takes a strike.
And one thing about Dalton, and the reason he's hitting behind Sheffield, is he is very patient. He will show you that he's not going to go out of the strike zone. He makes you give him a pitch to hit every at bat.
Here's the 0-1. Fastball dropped to second. Fernandez gets one. Vizquel cannot make a play to first because Sheffield went in hard.
Yeah, but they're calling interference.
Look at that. They call interference and rule it a double play. We'll look at it and have Joe Morgan explain it when we come back. We played a scoreless first.
Mr. Dave Thomas?
May I approach the bench, Your Honor? According to our records, you haven't tried our new pitas.
I guess I'm guilty. Come try Wendy's delicious fresh stuffed pitas today. These are great.
You know Charlie Small?
I do. He should be back in 2 to 3.
What are you doing? I'm figuring out what our website should be. We got a spinning logo, like this one. Or a flaming logo. It is cool.
You know what would be a great idea? If people with PCs anywhere could order our products, and that was all tied together, inventory, billing, vendors, you know, the works, then that would change everything.
I don't know how to do that.
NBC's coverage of the 1997 World Series is brought to you by Mazda. Come see what happens when a car company has more engineers and fewer accountants. Mazda. By Pepsi, who invites you to join Generation Next. By MasterCard. MasterCard, the official card of Major League Baseball. And by IBM, solutions for a small planet.
In Game 7, you have to try to break up every double play you can. And Sheffield does that, but I'll show you why they called him out right here. You have to be able to touch the bag with some part of your body. Otherwise, they figure that you're going after the shortstop, and that's what he was doing. And Joe West called it right away. He saw that Sheffield could not touch the bag with any part of his body in his slide.
So we go to the second, and Justice takes a ball from Leiter. David is the only guy in either lineup who has played in a Game 7 in the World Series. A ball and a strike to him. That was in 1991. The extra inning classic, which Justice's Braves lost to the Twins. He was 1 for 3 with a walk that night against Jack Morris. Leiter ahead of him, 1-2.
And Leiter, as he did his first time out in the World Series, staying pretty much with fastballs. And again, this sellout crowd getting to their feet. He's only thrown a couple of curveballs in this game.
Justice lays off. It's 2-2.
That was a new pitch for him right there, Bob. That was kind of a changeup. He took a little off of his fastball.
Broken bat down to Dalton. The bat goes one way. Dalton goes the other with the ball, and Justice is retired. Tonight's overhead shots are from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. It's based in Pompano Beach, Florida. At the controls is pilot Dan Thomas from Endeavor, Wisconsin.
Doing well. That blimp is the biggest thing in that town. Blow that thing up, and it's a big happening.
People come from miles around. Williams swinging a hot bat the past few games, hiking his World Series average over 400. Ball one from Leiter. No matter how you look at Leiter's postseason statistics, they are not pretty. This is his 5th appearance and 4th start. He has only one decision. It was a loss. His ERA is 6.35. He's allowed 12 runs and 26 hits plus 11 walks in 17 innings prior to this game. And opponents are hitting .377 against him in the postseason. So if he plans to turn it around, this would be the time.
And I think he has to turn it around with his breaking ball. He has to show these Indian hitters something other than just hard stuff, because they are such good hitters when they can lock in on one pitch.
Two and one. Well, Jim Leland told us that no matter what Charles Johnson wants to call from time to time, Leiter pretty much has his own mind. I mean, if he feels something is working better, and obviously he feels the fastball is, he's going to stay with that pitch. A.C. Johnson wanting something inside. That's a cut fastball that time, that little cutter that he'll throw. It's in the 90s, too, but it has a tendency to bust in on you very quick-like. Almost like a slider, but a little bit quicker.
The 2-2 pitch. Fastball tap foul. Leiter has always had trouble with control. Last year, despite winning 16, pitching a no-hitter, and making the All-Star team, he led the National League in walks. If you can wait him out, it's possible that he'll walk you or get behind in the count, and you can sit on a fat pitch.
And one thing he has in his favor here, if he wants to throw the curveball, Matt Williams will chase some breaking balls in the dirt after he gets behind 2 strikes.
Fastball, wrapped foul.
See, that should tell Leiter something right there. He's got 2 strikes on Matt Williams, and he still pulls his fastball foul. And that was a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. If he can pull it foul with 2 strikes, that means you have a chance to go a different direction, something off speed with him. If he's out in front of the fastball, he's for sure going to be out in front of the breaking ball or the changeup.
Another 2-2 pitch. In the dirt, full count.
Well, at least he tried. That's what you want to do.
It's about the 3rd one he's thrown, Joe, and it's a good biter. I mean, this ball really drops down in the dirt, and Williams able to check his swing. Look at the expressions on all the faces. It's warm tonight, but not all the sweat is from the heat. The payoff. He got him to swing at what could have been ball 4, his first strikeout.
Good slider down low, and that's what he needs to do. He just can't let these guys lock in. This is a slider that goes out of the strike zone, and you will get Matt Williams to chase him with 2 strikes. So smart pitching there by Leiter, and a good call there by Charles Johnson.
Leiter, who didn't have a single 1-2-3 inning in his Game 3 start, has retired the first 5 he's faced in Game 7. Alomar cuts and misses.
There's one thing that you do as a hitter sometimes, Bob, when you know a guy throws a lot of fastballs, and Leiter does, as does Jared Wright, you have a tendency as a hitter to sit on the first pitch, maybe a fastball. You're looking fastball, and you chase him out of the strike zone. There's a nasty breaking ball, and a totally different Al Leiter than we saw in his first appearance.
And this is what we said he had to do, throw some breaking balls, and he's doing it so far.
That one sails high. Leiter is from a baseball family. His older brother Kurt pitched in the Baltimore organization in the early 80s. Another older brother, Mark, is still pitching with the Philadelphia Phillies. Fastball just outside, 2-2.
Now, it seems that Charles Johnson is trying to get Leiter to throw a couple of more breaking balls, but he still likes that fastball and tried to ride that one away from Alomar.
Full count. Jim Thome on deck. Foul ball down the left field line.
Change up. Yep. Throw him a 3-2 changeup, but all these pitches that he's throwing early, the changeup, the slider, the curveball, that goes in the back of each of one of these hitters' minds to know that they can't just sit on the fastball. You always follow a changeup with a good fastball.
Fastball well hit to center, but Devon White backpedals a bit, and that'll do it. 6 in a row retired by Leiter. To the bottom of the 2nd. No score.
2 tickets, $28. 2 hot dogs, 2 popcorns, and 2 sodas, $18. 1 autographed baseball, $45. Real conversation with 11-year-old son, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Accepted all over, even Major League ballparks.
And in Mary's
County High School basketball, the Tylerville Tigers lost their 6th consecutive game.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Mick.
Morning.
How'd you bowl last night?
Should have been there. 7-10 split. I nailed it.
It's against the law of physics.
You know, gravity.
Lucky.
So Mr. Ferguson says to me, Bucky, how do the words regional assistant manager sound to you?
Way to go, Pa.
The traveling salesman says, Pig Schmig, I think I'm engaged.
I don't get it.
All rise. This court will come to order.
Oh, my gosh. He's so cute.
You're not picking up the passes. You're missing the free throws. What are you thinking about?
Dropping the ball. You kids look like a bunch of clowns out there.
Two brothers are talking, right? The first brother says, hey, Pig Schmig, I think I'm engaged.
It's not TV, it's HBO.
He never looked so good.
This is the sound of commitment. The planes, trucks, and people of UPS in action, giving you more on-time delivery options than anybody else. Whether it's same day, overnight, 2-day, 3-day, ground, international. In other words, whatever you need to move your business.
Thanks.
UPS, moving at the speed of business.
He might not actually be dead because he was never really alive.
There is Levon Hernandez, and he had a very emotional meeting just a short time ago, about 30 minutes before the game, with his mother, Miriam Carreras. She has just arrived from Cuba. She got on a plane, got here at about 5:40 Miami time, was escorted up here by Tony Perez's wife. They came into Wayne Huizinga's private booth. Tears were streaming. They hugged for 10 to 15 minutes. I spoke to Levon. He said he couldn't get a word out for the first 20 minutes. Then they finally spoke for about 10 minutes. She's only going to stay at the ballpark here for about another 2 or 3 innings. That's because of security reasons. She's going to be under 24-hour security. The Cuban government will allow her to stay here for 90 days. But because of all the media attention and because Levon's mother is very, very nervous about all of this attention, she doesn't want to speak tonight. She just wants to enjoy the game, and truly she's overwhelmed. Bob?
Jim, thanks a lot for staying on top of that story. What a story it is. Strike one to Alou, and now he fouls one to the seats. 0-2.
They're going to try to throw a lot of breaking balls to Moises Alou because he's one of the best fastball hitters on this team. But Jared Wright's breaking ball is also pretty hard. It's not a slow breaking curveball, the ones that give Alou a lot of trouble.
In the air down the right field line, Ramirez racing over into foul ground, and it lands in the bullpen. A hustling effort, though, by Manny.
Now, Jared Wright has that excellent fastball. He's like Leiter in velocity in the 90s. But the thing that he has that he does a little bit better than Leiter, he's got a changeup, and he'll throw it when he's behind in the count from time to time. Or when you talk about guys like Alou locking in, maybe on a fastball, he'll throw that changeup down low and away.
Jarrett Wright, 8-3 for the regular season after being called up from the minors. 3-0 in the postseason. A ball high to Alou. That includes his Game 4 victory in the World Series. The last rookie to start Game 7 of the World Series was the Cardinals' Joe McGrain in 1987. He pitched pretty well. The Cardinals ultimately lost the game to Frank Viola and the Twins. 2-2. The last rookie to win Game 7 of the World Series was, as you all know, Charles Babe Adams of the Pittsburgh Pirates in 1909. A high pop-up into shallow center field. Hernandez out to make the catch. Babe Adams won 3 games in that 1909 World Series, including the 7th one at Detroit, and he held Ty Cobb to 0 for 4. 6 others, including Jarrett Wright, have started a Game 7 as rookies since then. None has won since 1909. A strike to Bonilla, who is hitting just 167 with only 2 RBIs in the World Series. and he stranded a lot of runners of late in big situations. So Dalton is hitting cleanup, and Bonilla has been dropped from 4th to 6th.
Well, Bobby Bonilla has been chasing a lot of bad pitches. In that game yesterday, he went after pitches out of the strike zone in situations where he could really hurt you. There you see what he's done. He's left 18 runners on base, and for the most part, again, chasing bad pitches out of the strike zone, a pitcher's pitch.
A bouncing ball toward Fernandez. He has time and gets him.
A good example right there. That pitch out away from Bobby Bonilla, and he tried to pull it, hit that weak little ground ball to Fernandez.
One of the reasons Bonilla has been successful throughout his career is he's able to take some pitches to left center field. He's hit a couple of balls in left field against the Atlanta Braves, but in this World Series, he's been trying to pull everything.
This has not exactly been a pitcher's series. In fact, through 6 games, there has never been a single game scoreless after 2 innings. Ball 1 to Johnson, 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the 2nd, no score. Last night was only a 4-1 game, fairly well pitched, but entering the game, these clubs combined were threatening dubious records for most walks allowed and highest combined ERA in any World Series. A high chopper and foul at the plate.
Well, Charles Johnson has been swinging the bat very well the last 3 ball games. And he had a couple of hits last night. He was robbed of a base hit by Omar Vizquel that turned the game around. He hit the ball in the hole. Vizquel with the diving stop saved 2 runs and changed the whole game.
Breaking ball got him. First strikeout for Wright. He and Leiter match zeros through 2.
MCI presents Postseason Heroes. Game 1 of the 88 series. With 2 outs in the 9th and Big Blue down by 1, Kirk Gibson limped up to the plate.
Gibson swings and a fly ball to deep right field. That's gonna be a home run. Unbelievable! A home run for Gibson. And the Dodgers have won the game 5-4. I don't believe what I just saw.
MCI.
Because they're not getting any younger. Because she'll never believe what you just saw. Because absence really does make the heart grow fonder. Because, well, just because. For whatever reason, Sunday is the day you call people the most. That's why MCI introduces 5-cent Sundays. 5 cents a minute every Sunday, if you're an MCI customer. And if not, call 1-800-SUNDAYS.
We gotta go.
You're ruining my nap.
You don't understand. I can't get back late.
I do understand. We work for the same people. Now. Technically, we're an entire minute early.
I'll note this on my timesheet.
Major League Baseball presents the Ultimate World Series Souvenir, the official 1997 World Series video. All the drama of the 1997 Fall Classic, plus exclusive footage and interviews are in this remarkable video. To order the 1997 World Series video for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping, use your credit card and call 1-800-787-6227. 1-800-787-6227. A message from Major League Baseball.
Tuesday, a baby out of control.
Bouncer, bouncer, bouncer.
There's only one way to make her be quiet.
We've just got to keep her moving.
Yeah.
For the rest of our life.
If they stop, the baby explodes in tears.
Just drive without stopping.
Based on actual events.
Oh, man.
Speed Baby.
What's your name?
Keanu. A Mad About You special, NBC Tuesday.
Jim Leland's wife, Katie, and son, Patrick, with front row seats for what could be the biggest night of 52-year-old Jim Leland's baseball life. When Jim and Katie were married 10 years ago, Jim's brother Tom, who's a priest, performed the ceremony. Al Leiter has retired the first 6 he faced, and he starts Tomey with a strike in the 3rd.
And another slider.
Let's say breaking ball, Joe, and that's something Tomey didn't see against Leiter the first time he faced him.
Fastball is high. They want to check at 3rd, but Greg Koss says no way he went around. Off-speed pitch, tap foul, 1-2.
Now, when Tomey hit the home run against Leiter, he hit a high fastball, a letter-high fastball, and he hit a line drive out in Jacobs Field. This for at bat for Tomey, it's breaking stuff, and now maybe a fastball outside. See if he goes with a fastball or maybe a cutter here.
Fastball way high. Joe mentioned on the pregame show that Leiter was 6-2 this year at home. His ERA barely over 2, while on the road he was 5-7 with an ERA upwards of 6. That's been his career-long pattern. No matter where he has pitched, he's been markedly better at home than on the road. Full count to Tomey, and when we asked Jim Leland about it, he had no theory at all. He said, I don't know. Maybe his wife's a good cook. Look at that. You expect some difference, but not that great a disparity. And he walks Tomey, who becomes the first man to reach against him. Now tonight, while you're watching the game, you can also go online to MLBWorldSeries.com and send in your question for Barry Larkin, the Cincinnati shortstop, who's online right now, plus a complete recap of every postseason game this year. And after the game, listen into audio of the post-game press conferences, all at MLBWorldSeries.com. Grissom to the plate. Seems strange to say that he's down to 381 in the series, but that's the case. He skips away from ball 1. The pitcher, Jarrett Wright, is on deck.
Well, the test for Leiter will come when he gets some runners on base. Will he continue to mix his pitches, or will he try to throw his way out of trouble by throwing nothing but the fastball and overthrowing it? They do want to pound Grissom inside, though.
Not that far inside, 2-0.
But they do want to throw him a lot of hard stuff and stay in on him, so you may not see him throw many breaking balls to Grissom, but he's going to have to continue to mix his pitches even when he gets runners on if he's going to be successful tonight.
You see Dalton playing off the bag, and the count goes to 3-0 on Grissom.
Well, as he worked in his first outing in the World Series inside, and again here he is on Grissom now falling behind 3-0. Leland said he just likes to pound hitters inside.
Taking all the way, strike 1.
And the one thing with Grissom, he hit 17 home runs during the regular season. Anything out there, I mean, that's out over the middle and a fastball, he's going to hurt you. He'll hit you deep.
Big cut and a miss, full count.
94-mile-an-hour fastball.
And the 3-2 pitch hit toward the hole for a base hit. Tomey will stop at second. First hit of the night for Cleveland. And Jarrett Wright comes up in a sacrifice situation.
Al, just what I was talking about. This fastball is out over the outer part of the plate, and Grissom right on it rips a base hit into left field. And Johnson out there now talking things over with Leiter along with Darren Dalton. And Joe has been there, and we've all been there many times. I don't care how hard you throw. You've got to have something else to go with it. And if you make mistakes with the fastball, 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, they can hit them. It's the off-speed stuff, the curve, the changeup, that sets everything up.
In interleague play this year, Wright sacrificed successfully twice. Apart from that, he was 0 for 3. Not masking his intentions, he bunts foul. Last night, Chad O'Jay had a single and a double, drove in 2 and scored 1. Prior to O.J. last night, in the previous 140 World Series at-bats by American League pitchers, they had the grand total of 6 hits for an average of 0.43. But O.J. made like Bob Gibson or somebody with the bat. A throw by Johnson back to second, but Thome skips in safely.
And if you're out lighter, you got to be heads up. He was charging the plate, and Johnson came up and fired.
Heads up or heads off.
Watch this. Leiter, now he's charging for the bunt. He comes in. Now he realizes, hey, I better get down.
Tell you what, Johnson may throw it harder than Leiter. He pulls back, and it's 2-1.
It's always a tough play for a runner when a batter jabs at a ball. When he makes a jab at a ball to bunt it, and you take that extra step toward third base, anticipating that he's going to lay it down, that catcher's got a good shot at you.
Thome at second, Grissom at first, Wright looking to bunt. Punts it hard and foul, and now the count goes to 2-2.
Well, you still have to bunt him here. You have to try to do anything you can to get that runner to third base and try to take a lead in this ball game. So I'm sure Mike Hargrove will have him bunting again, even though some people think he may be able to swing the bat. This is a bunting situation.
He'll try it again, and he'll bunt it fair. It's a hard bunt. Dalton wanted to go to third, but couldn't get the ball out of his glove, and now has to settle for the play at first with Counsell covering.
Well, he definitely had Jim Thome at third base. As you mentioned, you don't bunt the ball to the first baseman when you're trying to advance runners from first and second. You have to bunt it to third base because the first baseman is charged, and he's right in there, so he has plenty of time, but he just can't get it out. And then wisely, though, he did not attempt to make the throw. He took the one out at first base.
It was bunted so hard, and Thome is a slow runner, that Dalton knows he had the play at third if he could have fielded it cleanly.
I think that bunt attempt by Jarrett Wright, too, was more self-defense. He wasn't worrying about where he got it down. He just wanted to get it down.
Now Vizquel taking a ball. The Florida infield is back with runners at second and third and 1 out. Top of the third, no score. Bluffing a bunt and taking ball 2. Vizquel, despite the fact that he's a little guy, and you think of him as a contact hitter, he's a very good bunter, a hit-and-run man, he does strike out more than you might guess. Up in a situation where a strikeout would be immensely helpful to Leiter. In the air, back of short, not deep enough. Renteria takes the catch, the runners hold.
Well, a beautiful pitch that time by Leiter. Vizquel trying to hit the long fly ball. He got under it and hits that little pop-up in the short left field, grabbed by Renteria. Watch this. It's a fastball right down the middle. Vizquel upset it himself, slams the bat down. Runners have to hold.
But remember, Tony Fernandez, very good hitter from the right side. Hit a line drive to center field in the first inning, so he's not out of this jam yet.
The pop-up works just as well as a strikeout. Now with 2 down, they need a hit from Fernandez. And he fouls it back for strike 1.
Well, we talked about the fact that he had been going with mixing his pitches well. Now that he's gotten in trouble, pretty much all fastballs. Let's see if he tries to change here. He has a strike on Tony Fernandez. He's not front. You need to mix your pitches if you're going to keep these Indian hitters off balance.
Fastball in on him, a ball and a strike.
Fernandez is another one of those guys that'll chase a low inside breaking ball. Curveball down low and inside, or again that cutter that Leiter is featuring tonight.
And this is what has gotten him in trouble the entire postseason. Whenever he's gotten in trouble, he's basically gone with one speed, all hard. A cut fastball and a fastball.
The Indians with their first threat of the night here in the third. And Fernandez with a liner into center for a base hit. Thome scores. Grissom is right behind him. It's 2-0 Cleveland. Tony Fernandez, who won the pennant for them with his 11th inning home run at Baltimore in Game 6 of the ALCS, delivers an early hit that could be the decisive hit in the World Series. Could be.
But as I said, when he gets in trouble, he goes right to the fastball, all hard stuff, and you just can't do this against good hitters. Tony Fernandez is sitting on something hard. He gets a fastball, and he lines it into center field for a base hit. And you just can't do that. You have to continue to mix your pitches, and he did not do that.
Larry Rothschild talking with Leiter as you look at this pitch one more time. This is a fastball right there about belt high, and Fernandez jumps on it and lines it into center. Leiter upset it himself. And the location of that pitch. Rothschild, we were told before the game tonight, has had conversations with Leiter as you look at the Marlins bullpen, busy here in the third. But Rothschild said you've got to throw the curveball. You've got to really make these hitters think about the breaking ball instead of that fastball all the time where they're only sitting on one pitch, and especially when you're behind.
Now Ramirez, who grounded out in the first. 2-0 Cleveland in the third.
And remember, Fernandez is only in there because Bip Roberts was sick.
Roberts and all of his teammates are feeling a bit better now. The ball to Ramirez. We saw lots of happy expressions. There's Bip, suffering from a virus which knocked him out of a couple of World Series games, including last night midway through. Of all the expressions in that dugout, perhaps the happiest belonged to Omar Vizquel. Fernandez picked him up. Vizquel couldn't bring a run home when a sacrifice fly might have done it. But then Fernandez knocked them both home with a base hit. 2-0 to Ramirez.
Since he walked Jim Thome to lead off this inning, every pitch has been a fastball or something hard, just a little cut fastball, but all fastballs.
And he falls behind Mountie 3-0. He walked Thome to open the inning. Grissom followed with a single to left. Wright laid down a two-strike sacrifice. Then after Vizquel popped to short with the runners holding, Fernandez singled to center. Both runners scored. It's 2-0. And now a walk to put runners at first and second for David Justice.
Well, it's really hard to figure this out. Why Leiter, and I know Johnson is calling curveballs every once in a while, but he keeps shaking him off. And again, I mean, you're your own guy out there, but you still have to go along with what a scouting report says on certain hitters, that you've got to throw a curveball once in a while and get away from that one-pitch syndrome. And he hasn't done it here tonight. I think he's only thrown 3 curveballs in this game.
First one to Justice is a strike. David hits left-handers very well.
Well, he hit well over 300 against both. 315, 322. He's just a good hitter.
Tap foul, 0-2.
There's a curveball from Leiter down low and away, and Justice hit it foul. But I mean, it's a very sharp curveball. It's a biting curveball, and has that left-handed batter. I mean, it'll make you go from time to time, or even a right-handed batter to get it, you know, down low and inside and chase it.
1-2. Leiter trying to minimize the damage in the third.
Make no mistake about it, if he can get out of this inning, they're going to score some runs off the right. The Marlins will score some runs, so all he has to do is make sure he keeps it close.
Did he go after it? He did. Second strikeout for Leiter. They leave 2, but they score 2.
This is your captain speaking.
That's a tasty-looking burger.
Yeah, it's a Whopper. Extra pickles.
Give you $5 for it.
10. No, 11.
22.50.
50 cash money.
36 cents has a Whopper.
You say Whopper? I'll double. I double is double.
I'll marry you. I'll give you my change right now.
I'll let you fly the plane.
I'll let you land it.
Really?
I wonder what this button does.
Any second now. I think we're looking for a Brad Pitt lookalike.
I'm too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt. So sexy it hurts. I am too sexy for Milan. Too sexy for
On November 7th, the movie that will hit around the world is coming to America. What's that fragrance you're wearing? Rated PG-13. Opens Friday, November 7th at theaters everywhere.
Both the new Nissan Altima and the new Honda Accord are great-looking cars. Both come with 150 horsepower engines, but the Altima has more torque. Both have available CD audio systems, but Altima CD is standard. And both have sticker prices, but the Altima's is $1,500 less. How can two cars that seem so similar be so different? Maybe it's because Nissan believes another way to enjoy the ride is to enjoy the price. The new Nissan Altima.
Can
you come home?
I'm in the middle of nowhere.
It took weeks for news to reach its destination. Today, neither time nor distance can keep us from sharing our lives.
Please, honey. Hey, you get another to try?
The music is counting.
5, 6, 7.
Philips introduces ISIS, the cellular phone that can let you talk up to 6 long hours.
I love you, honey. Honey?
ISIS from Philips.
A woman brought in dying. Her surgeon is suspected in a gruesome crime.
They were getting ready to take her organs out, or she was declared dead?
Ripped from the headlines. Law and Order, NBC Wednesday.
You're watching the 50th anniversary of the World Series on NBC Sports.
Rookie Jarrett Wright, staked to a 2-0 lead, goes to work in the bottom of the third. Craig Counsell, the number 8 hitter, starts it, followed by Leiter, and then White. Strike one. Breaking ball fouled at the plate, 0-2. Counsell has cooled off in this World Series. 211 in the series. He's still over 300 in the playoffs overall, and he hit 299 during the regular season, but the Indians pitchers have handled him pretty well.
They made a couple of mistakes on him in the postseason early, and breaking stuff inside or even fastballs, and not that real power fastball inside. He was able to turn around on those pitches and hit him into the right field corner. I mean, I was surprised he pulled the ball as much as he did. But as you said, Bob, they've kind of zeroed in on him now.
Wright's 0-2 pitch is inside.
Mike Hargrove told us before the game when we asked him about a pitch count or how many innings Wright would be able to go, he said, hey, I don't have a pitch count on him, but I'm hoping to get 4 innings out of him, 4 or 5 innings out of him, and if he does that, I'll be more than happy.
Still 1-2. He's pitching on 3 days rest. The last time Hargrove asked him to do that, it was the 5th and final game of the division series against the Yankees. He went a little more than 5 innings. He beat Andy Pettitte. They won the series and moved on to the ALCS against the Orioles, which they also won in 6 games. Counsell lifts one into right center field. Grissom coming over for the catch. Next Sunday, more NFL action, beginning at noon Eastern with the NFL on NBC. Then most of the country will see Drew Bledsoe and the Patriots taking on Brad Johnson and the Vikings. Others will see Warren Moon and the Seahawks traveling to Denver to face John Elway and the Broncos, or perhaps regional action. As always, check your local listings for the game in your area. It all starts at noon Eastern on NBC. Leiter to the plate, taking a ball. Alomar gesturing to right as if to say, look, let's not fool around with this guy. Right. Just pour some heat in here and take care of it. Strike one.
Well, he's tried to throw a couple of fastballs. Finally gets the inside corner with that third one. But again, against a guy like Leiter, look at Alomar, how low he puts those signs, down on the ground almost.
Another fastball, another called strike.
You look at Alomar when he gets down into his crouch and puts his hands in between his legs, maybe from the shadows of his chest protector and everything else. Right can't see him. Down there you can.
Leiter slices it foul. Still 2-2.
A lot of catchers put tape on their fingers. Wrap each finger with tape where you can see. Alomar's done it from time to time. I don't know if he's got it tonight. No, he doesn't. Yeah, we see it.
It's a full count. Garrett Wright has already pitched more innings this year between the minors, the regular season in the majors, and the postseason than in the previous 2 seasons combined. And he walks Leiter with 1 out in the 3rd.
That was actually a good job by Leiter to be able to lay off of that pitch. He spoiled the pitch before.
So Hargrove's concern with Wright was that he might not have many more pitches left in his arm. And when the World Series began, Hargrove said that for that reason, Wright would get only 1 start in the series in Game 4. But when Nagy was ineffective in Game 3, and Wright did reasonably well in Game 4, Hargrove reconsidered. But he's not looking for anything close to a complete game here. He's got everybody but Chad O.J. available. So if Wright gives him 5 good innings, he'll be thrilled.
Now, when he gets in trouble, Wright normally throws bad upstairs. If he's missing downstairs, that's not bad. But against a guy like White, if you're throwing downstairs and you don't have much on it, you better look out.
The 1-0 pitch to Devon White is in there. White grounded out his first time up. We're in the bottom of the 3rd. 2-0 Indians. Game 7. One and 2 to Devon White, who all of a sudden has found his stroke. He had 2 doubles in Game 5, then he went 3 for 5 in Game 6, including a triple. And it holds 1 and 2.
A little change of pace that time from Jared Wright.
But not in a good spot.
No, that was right down Main Street. And again, he's got a good one. It'll drop down and away even sometimes from a left-handed batter. But he's got a good one when he's right. And he is right.
One on. Renteria on deck. A ball and 2 strikes to Devon White, who hit .245 for the season. In the last 2 games, he's hiked his average in this World Series to .296. Lays off 2 and 2.
Now that's what Devon White was doing earlier in this series, swinging at changeups off the plate. Now he's more patient. He seems to be able to pick the speed of the pitch up a little better.
Tapped foul. And White hangs in there.
That was a nasty slider right there. After throwing a changeup away, I mean, that ball had some bite on it. And hard, too. That's the point. If he throws it that hard, you do not have a lot of time to decide whether it's going to be in the strike zone or not, especially with 2 strikes.
Struck him out with the high fastball. Second strikeout for Jarrett Wright.
Well, if he pitches anybody like that, you're going to have trouble. Good slider down and in. Now he comes with the high fastball. You just can't catch up with the fastball when you have to wait a little longer to see if it's going to be a slider. So he throws the fastball by him upstairs. No chance.
When this game started, the crowd at Pro Player Stadium was in a frenzy. They've calmed down considerably, with their team trailing 2-0 in the third. Renteria takes a strike on the inside edge.
The hanging breaking ball from Jarrett Wright. He got away with it. Renteria didn't like the call, but it was in the inside area. That's definitely not where he wants to be with that curveball.
Renteria doubled to right his first time up. That's the only hit for the Marlins. 1-1 to him.
That double you hit was a high inside fastball. The ball that he actually hit behind him, hit it past Jim Thome down the right field line.
Livan Hernandez on the right, Moises Alou on the left. 2-1. With Leiter the runner at first, Thome, the first baseman, has no interest in holding him on, so he's playing behind him. To Renteria. Wright was the choice tonight over Charles Nagy, who has loads of experience, including postseason experience. Went to the World Series with the Indians in 1995. Nagy was 15-11 this year and pitched well in a pair of no decisions against the Orioles in the LCS, but poorly against the Marlins in his previous World Series starts. So he is at least a possibility tonight out of the bullpen. Ball 4.
After working in the bullpen last night along with Brian Anderson, Mike Hargrove told us he had 3 people in mind. It was Anderson, Hargrove, and Wright. But here's the sequence. On Renteria, off the inside corner with 2 breaking balls, missed outside, then down low. There's the high fastball to Walkie. 2 runners on now. But when he decided on Wright, after watching those 2 guys throw last night, Bob, it was just, you know, automatic that Wright would be the pressure because of the pitches that Nagy and Anderson threw in the bullpen last night. He'll get the call tonight if indeed Wright does give in here.
He has the 2-0 lead, but a pair of walks put 2 on with 2 out for Sheffield, who walked his first time up. Big cut and a miss.
Well, you just can't keep putting yourself in a position as he did in the first inning with Sheffield up and runners in scoring position, because he is the man for Florida.
Oh, 1 pitch, popped up. Florida's most dangerous hitter doesn't come through with 2 men on. We've played 3, and the rookie Wright leads it 2-0.
The working definition of sportsmanship.
Are those deer antlers?
Stag, actually. Bagged it myself.
What'd you use?
Chrysler LeBaron. Working NBC Wednesdays.
Well, if I had money, I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd go downtown, buy a Ford truck or 2, crazy about a Ford truck.
It's
Trunk Month, and you'd be crazy to pass up these incredible deals. Now, lease the 98 Windstar for just $299 a month for 24 months. Or find deals on the 98 Explorer, the best-selling compact sport utility in America. And it's all happening at your Northeast Ohio Ford dealer. That's why we're winning Ohio over.
You can go your own way.
It happens every year in some of the most remote stretches of land in Mexico. And in the world of off-road racing, it's truly the whole enchilada, the legendary Baja 1000. A mountain of dust for those who can stand to eat it, and the end of the line for those who can't. That's why more drivers who challenge the Baja rely on the Duralast battery than any other. The same Duralast you can rely on in your car, because it's the one we stock at AutoZone. The Duralast battery. Power you can depend on.
You are a visionary. Beyond today's sales projections and balance sheets, you see the successes your company will achieve. You've mapped out your goals. Now you need a partner who shares your vision and has the creativity and financial resources to get you there. Take control of your company's future. Follow your own lead.
No waiting. Live Tribe coverage right after the game. Only on Channel 3 News.
As Bob Costas was talking about earlier, it doesn't matter how much experience you have. There's pressure on you in the 7th game. Watch Gary Sheffield. He's not trying to hit this ball over the wall. He's trying to hit it out of the stadium. I mean, this is just an overswing. He had a good pitch to hit, and he just jumped at it. Look, I mean, he's spinning himself into the ground. You're going to have to relax and swing the bat like you're capable of. You don't have to try to hit it too far. It'll go if you hit it.
Joe, you played in 2 Game 7s, 1972 when your Reds lost Game 7 at home to Oakland, 1975 in one of the greatest World Series ever played when you won Game 7 on the road at Fenway Park against the Red Sox.
And make no mistake about it, I was nervous in both games. I mean, Game 7 is what it's all about. You live for those days, but you have to be nervous going in, and sometimes the adrenaline can help you. Sometimes it makes you overswing, as it did with Gary that at bat.
Matt Williams struck out his first time. Takes ball 1. Did you stay nervous throughout the game?
No, after my first at bat in both games, I was relaxed. And I think that's the same thing here. They will relax as the game goes along.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Hudson misses. How nervous were you for Game 7 of the '64 World Series?
Just getting to the ballpark and finding out where the team was staying was tops with me.
Yeah, they tried to ditch you, huh?
Running alongside the team bus, what a thrill. No, you know what? 7 games in a World Series, Cardinals and the Yankees in '64. Everybody, I mean, I don't care who you are and how many you've played in that last game. And even talking to the managers tonight, Bob, we asked both, are you nervous? Not really. Well, maybe a little bit. Yeah, not bad. But yeah, I got some butterflies. Absolutely. I was nervous talking to those guys. What do you ask them tonight? We've been with them for a week.
The 1-2 pitch struck him out for the second time.
And see, that's the problem we talked about earlier. He throws the breaking ball, he gets the hitters out, but as soon as he gets someone on base, he wants to throw his way out of trouble. High fastball, then he comes with a slider in, another slider in, and a good curveball. See, that curveball is a good pitch, but we didn't see him throw it any time when he had men in scoring position or men on base. He just has to force himself to throw it.
Alomar flied to center his first time up. The line's one over Bonilla and down the line. Getting to it is Alou. Alomar with a wide turn, but he'll hold with a single.
Now here again is a high fastball from Leiter. High and inside. And Alou turns around on this thing and lines it to left for a base hit. He just made a nice pitch on Williams. There it is, upstairs again, and Alomar right on it. Well, what a series he's had. What a postseason. What a postseason. And Al Leiter again. He knows it. Got to get the ball down. Down and in
And to go down and away, fine, but not in there. That's in the wheelhouse for a lot of these guys. And he got away with one on Alomar. Luckily, it's just a base hit, just a single.
Here's Tomey. A strike to him. He homered off Leiter in Game 3 at Jacobs Field. Alomar, with that hit, is now over 400 in the World Series. He's knocked home 10. The World Series record is 12 by the Yankees' Bobby Richardson in 7 games in 1960. 1-1.
He throws a curveball there to Tomey. Even if you do not throw it for a strike, you put it in the hitter's mind that you're going to throw something other than a straight fastball.
I think hitters sooner or later, too, though, Joe, if you don't throw strikes with it, I mean, they know that. They know you can't throw a strike with it, and they'll sit on fastball.
Misses the outside corner, 2-1.
It's not that he doesn't have a good curveball. I think sometimes he tries to be a little too fine with it. You know, make that perfect pitch on the outside corner, and especially to a guy like Tomey, who hit 40 home runs during the regular season.
Breaking ball drops in there nicely, 2-2.
Leiter has the equipment to beat the Indians, but if he doesn't pitch, if he just throws, he's not going to do it. I mean, he has good enough stuff. He pitched a no-hitter in his career, so you know he has good stuff.
Two-two pitch, hit in the air to right center field. Sheffield started back, now comes in, skids to his knees and makes the catch. Alomar scrambling back and makes it ahead of the throw.
Well, Sheffield looked like he misjudged this ball momentarily. It was a curveball that Tomey hit in the right center. Sheffield misjudged it momentarily, but then came on hard. And watch this catch by Gary Sheffield. Backhanded grab right off the grass, then fires back toward the bag, but too late for Alomar. Nice running catch by Gary Sheffield after he made a bad move initially on that ball. He thought it was hit a lot harder than it was.
Now with 2 out, it's Grissom. He singled and scored back in the 3rd inning. Inside for ball 1. That one gets the corner. Ed Montague working the plate for the 2nd time in this World Series. 6-man crew. Montague had the plate in Game 1, and now Game 7. Two balls and a strike to Marquise Grissom.
We can see that they're continuing to try to pound the ball inside to Marquise Grissom. I mean, I think you still have to throw strikes. You don't have to throw every pitch inside.
Another one inside. When you look at Marquise Grissom and David Justice and Matt Williams, these are guys that GM John Hart added after the departure of Albert Bell, Kenny Lofton, Carlos Baerga. At the beginning of the year, they thought that Kevin Mitchell would play a role on this team, and Julio Franco. They're gone now, and they've continued to win despite the turnover. A swing and a miss, a full count. Jack McDowell and John Smiley, 2 important pitchers, went down with injuries. They pursued Roger Clemens and Alex Fernandez as free agents, tried to trade for Curt Schilling. Couldn't get any of them, but they're in Game 7 of the World Series. The payoff pitch is fouled back.
Grissom went after ball 4 that time, but he's sitting 3-2. And Leiter with a fastball, and Marquise Grissom looking to hit it hard. He knew he swung at ball 4. But he had a good whack at it, good hack at it.
Truthfully, you can go out of the zone if you know where the pitch is going to be. You know if they're pounding you inside, you can get up to that fastball sometimes.
Another 3-2 pitch with Alomar going, and he becomes the 4th strikeout victim tonight for Leiter, the 2nd in this inning. To the bottom of the 4th, 2-0 Cleveland.
A lot of people my age set off on cruises around the world. Now, I set off on a second career. Hi, guys. Of course, my Dean Witter broker's impeccable investment advice prepared me for any sort of retirement I chose. And I chose to start over with a business of my own.
Wait a minute, are you sure you're old enough to be here?
That's my idea of a fascinating adventure.
At Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
Red, why am I getting sawed in half and not you?
Look, we're both made of milk chocolate, but you're the M&Ms with the peanut inside.
Does my health plan cover this?
Sure. Ah! See? They love you. Both of you.
Who are you?
Everywhere. Packages to every address in America. P.O. boxes, too. We deliver packages to more places than FedEx or UPS. The U.S. Postal Service can take your business around the world. We deliver packages to everyone, everywhere, every day.
Mom's calling Enterprise Rent-A-Car because our car is sick.
Enterprise will arrange to pick you up,
Wow!
drive you to our place, and get you on your way.
Everybody loves to be picked up.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut. A new pizza with no outer crust, so the toppings keep right on going.
Mushrooms keep on going. Pepperoni and sausages keep right on going. I have been to the edge and back. Join.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the Edge?
NBC's coverage of the 1997 World Series is brought to you by MGM Pictures' Red Corner, starring Richard Gere, opens everywhere October 31st. By Dean Witter, there are many ways to measure success. We measure it one investor at a time. By MCI, is this a great time or what? And by the Edge Pizza, new from Pizza Hut. Have you been to the Edge?
If you want to learn more about the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, and who doesn't, you can do it on the internet at www.goodyear.com and click on At the Controls. The Indians, with 2 runs on a hit by Tony Fernandez in the 3rd, lead it as we move to the bottom of the 4th. Darren Daulton takes a ball from Jarrett Wright.
Key inning here for Jarrett Wright into the 4th. He's thrown 50 pitches. Really hasn't labored all that badly yet.
2-0.
Again, here falling behind on guys like Daulton, Alou, and Bonilla. This is where you can get stuck.
He gets the corner. And just missed it that time. 3-1 to Daulton. Touch will be followed by Alou and Bonilla in the 4th. He cuts on the 3-1 pitch and fouls it to the seats.
You can see Jarrett Wright has a lot of movement on his fastball, and that's why he can throw a 3-1 fastball to a good hitter like Daulton. Excellent movement.
The 3-2 pitch is a fastball popped wide of 3rd, and it's out of play.
Watch a guy like Wright work and a veteran catcher like Alomar, and even when he gets behind, Alomar is still not afraid to come up inside on a guy like Daulton, who's got big power. But Alomar not afraid to go inside. He wants Wright to stay with his regular game plan.
3-2 pitch grounded toward Fernandez. From the outfield grass, he throws Daulton out. Tuesday, a shocking discovery on a Halloween Frazier.
There's a baby on the way.
I don't believe it.
One of these people is about to become a parent. A Frazier you can't miss, NBC Tuesday. Either way, we can only hope the child doesn't have a nose like Cyrano de Bergerac. Moises Alou popped up his first time.
I could take the nose. The outfit was bad.
Jams him, and this will make the seats. Moises Alou has been a hero in this series already. His 3-run homer off Hershiser was the decisive blow in Game 1. A pair of doubles, although they lost Game 2. Had the huge home run in Game 5, another 3-run shot. When they trailed 4-2, suddenly they were in front 5-4, victimizing Hershiser again. A blast over the wall in center at Jacobs Field. There's Hershiser, who is available tonight. Remember when he came out of the bullpen for Tommy Lasorda in a crucial situation in the postseason in 1988 in the LCS against the Mets. Ball strike on the inside corner, and Alou is gone.
Now that's the second time that Wright has gotten a call third strike on a Marlin batter. Watch this, swinging a foul out. There's the fastball on the outside corner. Now this is a hanging curveball on the inside corner. Eddie Montague liked it. He got Charles Johnson back in the second after 2 strikes on him. He threw Johnson a curveball on the outside corner to get him looking.
Bonilla fouls the first one back. That one's in there, 0-2. Jarrett Wright has walked 3, but he's allowed the Marlins only 1 hit so far. Renteria's double over the first base bag as the second hitter in the game.
Well, the one thing he's doing to these left-handed hitters, he's starting the fastball off the plate inside, and it's moving back towards the inside corner.
That one didn't miss by much. A ball and 2 strikes.
Backdoor curveball that time on Bobby Bonilla, just off the outside corner. You saw Alomar put down the curveball sign and then move off the outside and hold that target right there.
And on the breaking ball, Bonilla goes down swinging. Second strikeout of the inning. 4th of the game.
talked to him earlier this year, and he said, wait till you see him. I haven't had a chance to watch this kid pitch in the big leagues yet. Bob Wright said, wait till you see him.
And now Leiter falls behind Thome, 3-1.
And again, you know, he pitches himself into a tough situation here. He did the same with Alomar. He got the pop-up from Alomar. And he's going to have to give Thome a pitch to hit. And he can only hope that he makes an out or hits it at someone.
didn't score, so it wouldn't have any effect on the earned run average of Jarrett Wright, if that's a consideration at all.
Well, one of the things to remember, this is a football stadium in right field. They do have problems with the lights all the time.
2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs and nobody on in the top of the 7th. The 2-run single by Tony Fernandez in the 3rd, still holding up.
Well, his big crowd, 68,000 plus. They haven't had much to holler about, but they want Cook to finish off Vizquel.
Struck him out. Cook effective again. 1, 2, 3, and he fans 2 of them.
Oops. After a lifetime of failures,
What a bang!
Professor Philip Brainerd finally invented something that works.
Yes!
Unfortunately, it's flubber. This Thanksgiving, it's not just a glob. Oh, boy. It's an adventure. Robin Williams.
It's flubber!
Flubber, the absent-minded professor. Rated PG.
You're all set. Have a pleasant flight.
Here you are, sir. A 2-door spec.
Back.
Our junior executive suite.
Supersize me.
Sure, what would you like?
I don't care. Just supersize me.
Did somebody say McDonald's? Somewhere, some poor slob's punching a time clock. He don't know what he's missing.
Get up, son. We got go.
Meet Dan Wolf, champion bull rider. This is what he does. This is what he drives. Pretty nice life. Chevy S10, like a rock.
Hi, how can I help you? What's the difference between these phones? This is analog, and this is PCS, the latest digital mobile. Oh, why, you're Sprint certified. Make a free local call and hear how clear it is.
Where's your mother?
Trying out phones.
I better go help.
George, digital PCS phones are much clearer than analog. I heard Mother from Saturn, clear as a bell.
You need a phone for that?
The new Sprint store at Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
NBC's coverage of the 1997 World Series is brought to you by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. By American Express, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, American Express helps you do more. By the irresistible taste that makes you say, did somebody say McDonald's? And by Advil. No non-prescription pain reliever is proven to work better than Advil.
It wouldn't be a major sports event without the Goodyear blimp. In this case, the Stars and Stripes. Our thanks to Captain Thomas for the many spectacular shots provided for tonight's telecast from Pro Player Stadium. The fans settle back in after the 7th inning stretch, and Bobby Bonilla launches one to deep right. Bonilla sends one out of here.
Take a look at this pitch that Bonilla hit against Wright. This looks like it's a high changeup. That's exactly what it is. I mean, that thing's right in the wheelhouse, waist high, and Bonilla hit it out.
Well, more importantly than just getting him within 1 run, that tells Jarrett Wright that he can be hurt. And until you prove to a pitcher that you can hurt him, his confidence will never waver.
Well, the Indians' bullpen is busy. Mark Wiley making sure they're ready down there. It's Nagy and Anderson again.
And his 2-1 pitch to Johnson. Fouled back.
And talking a moment ago about Jared Wright and Mike Hargrove, he's pitched a great ball game here tonight. And in talking about not letting this kid lose the game, if indeed he does give up a run, which he did, with the home run by Bonilla, to have somebody ready and get him in there.
A different left-hander up now. Assenmacher rather than Anderson, along with Nagy. They come to their feet in anticipation of the 3-2 pitch from Wright to Johnson. Struck him out. Well, there's an indication of what Wright is made of.
You're right. Another fastball up and out of the strike zone, but you know, this kid never stops throwing. I mean, he turns this pitch loose. 3-2, he doesn't hold back. He doesn't try to just throw a strike. He throws his best stuff, and Johnson can't catch up with him.
Counsell is 0 for 2. A ball to him. Dennis Cook, who happens to be an exceptionally good hitting pitcher, is in the on-deck circle, but we'll see.
Now, if Wright doesn't take care of Counsell here, I think you can see Hargrove make the move. I mean, I think he has to make the move. Even though it's Cook next, I still think if he walks this guy, he's got to make a move.
Well, he wouldn't make the move until they sent up a pinch hitter anyway.
It's 3-0. Counsell will take at least one. And it's off the outside corner. Ball 4. Has a bat. There he is. And we'll see what Hargrove does after Floyd is announced.
Well, Jim Leland knows if he brings in Paul Assenmacher, or if he makes a change, he has Conine ready. And I think that's what they're going to do, because Nagy is sit down now. And there comes Hargrove.
And maybe that's why he sends up Floyd rather than Eisenreich, because he doesn't want to lose Eisenreich without having him swing the bat. He sends up a guy who he'd rather sacrifice.
Exactly.
Hargrove takes the ball from Wright. Wow, but man, oh man. Something to remember. He leaves leading 2-1.
Intrigue, a sophisticated twist on a sports sedan.
This is the sound of commitment. The planes, trucks, and people of UPS in action, giving you more on-time delivery options than anybody else. Whether it's same day, overnight, 2-day, 3-day, ground, international. In other words, whatever you need to move your business. Thanks. UPS, moving at the speed of business.
Your mom, what do you suppose she's up to right now? Putting a few more pounds on the cat? Dating a younger man? listening to the local news, wishing you lived closer. Well, now's the perfect time to find out. MCI introduces 5-cent Sundays, 5 cents a minute, every minute of every Sunday, if you're an MCI customer. And if not, become one. Call 1-800-SUNDAYS.
There's no question that computers open up entirely new worlds. But what about children who live in a world that can't afford personal computers? Fortunately, as of today, we'll never have to ask that question again. Network computers allow everyone to join the information age. And we'd like to say, welcome, Oracle, enabling the information age.
The working definition of manipulation. First, establish trust. Ow! Then go in for the kill.
I am the puppet master and you are the puppet. Is that clear? Yes. Yes, what? Yes. Geppetto?
Fred Savage in Working, NBC Wednesday.
Here's the way the pieces have been moved around the chessboard in the 7th inning of Game 7. Wright is removed for Ossenmacher. Floyd had been announced as the pinch hitter. He's called back. The right-handed hitting Kurt Abbott, who batted .274 during the regular year with 6 home runs, will be sent up to face Ossenmacher.
Bob, you said this will be something to remember. Well, Game 7 will always give you something to remember.
First one to Abbott. Is a ball.
The Indians bullpen that was so brilliant against Baltimore in that series has been touched in the World Series. They've been hit. They've given up some big runs, including Ossenmacher.
His 1-0 pitch is in there. Jarrett Wright lasted 6 1/3. Allowed only 2 hits, but one of them was the long home run leading off this inning on the first pitch by Bobby Bonilla. He struck out 7, he walked 5, allowed 1 run, and counsel at first is his responsibility. Bouncing ball foul.
Well, this is the time that Jim Leland has a lot of decisions to make. And one is, does he put counsel in motion? Do you try to manufacture a run as a manager, or do you let the players play? He has that decision to make right now.
On 1 and 2. Abbott hits one in the air to right. Ramirez drifts back. He's got it lined up. Counsel tags, but just to draw a throw.
Manny Ramirez had a beat on that fly ball the minute it left the bat. Drifted back into right center and made an easy play. Taking a look at the lights, and they are different here. They are different than you normally see in a baseball field. And he made the error back in the 6th, but here an easy play. Here you see what we're talking about.
Well, in Cleveland, 14-11. Justice goes into foul ground to take it. Oh, no. They're down to 3 outs.
Should crumble to the sea. I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear just as long as you spend peace of mind from Buick LeSabre.
That's a tasty-looking burger.
Yeah, it's a Whopper. Extra pickles.
Give you $5 for it.
10, no, 11,
$22.50.
50 cash money.
36F has a Whopper.
Did you say Whopper? I'll double. I double is double.
I'll marry you.
I'll let you fly the plane.
I'll let you land it.
Really? I wonder what this button does. Being a catcher's no walk in the park. Take Mike Piazza. This guy's a human target for a flamethrower. Even foul tips to the mask go at the territory. And he's got to handle pitches, pickles, and poppers. Not to mention you with freight trains coming at him spikes first. Try telling Mike Piazza baseball isn't a contact sport.
Find the most up-to-date postseason coverage anywhere. Video clips, daily chats, live press conferences. Log on to MLBWorldSeries.com.
A woman brought in dying. Her surgeon is suspected in a gruesome crime.
We're getting ready to take her organs out before she was declared dead.
Ripped from the headlines. Law and Order, NBC Wednesday.
I'm Jim Donovan in Miami, where the Indians are battling it out in Game 7 of the World Series. Stay with Channel 3 News right after the game for the best in live interviews with players. Plus, back in Cleveland, from east to west and downtown too, we'll be everywhere covering Tribe Fan Fun. So stay with your official World Series station, Channel 3 News.
Don Hammond and Donna Terrell, weekday mornings on Channel 3 News.
NBC's coverage of the 1997 World Series is brought to you by Buick LeSabre for safety and peace of mind. By UPS, moving at the speed of business. By Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. And by Oracle, the company that's enabling the information age through network computing.
There was criticism, some of it justified, about the quality of play earlier in this World Series. But not last night, and certainly not tonight. Game 7, a taut 2-1 struggle into the ninth. Alfonseca to Williams, ball 1. Alomar and Thome will follow. Foul and out of play.
If you're Mike Hargrove, you're just hoping to be able to get an insurance run any kind of way here to make it much easier for Mesa in the ninth.
Because with just a 1-run margin, any single pitch to an Alou, a Bonilla, even a Charles Johnson, and the lead could disappear.
You know, we've talked so much about the bullpens. Both of these bullpens in the World Series, and they've been touched for some runs, but tonight, in this final game, they've been good. Starter Jared Wright outstanding.
The 2-1 pitch is high. You know, we mentioned the curse of Rocky Colavito, but even in recent years, in a sense, this has been a star-crossed franchise. In 1993, one of the most tragic events in baseball history occurred to the Cleveland Indians when pitchers Steve Olin and Tim Cruz were killed in a boating accident in Florida during spring training. And another pitcher, Bob Ojeda, was very seriously injured. Ball 4 to Williams. He's aboard to start the ninth. Keith Olbermann asked Mike Hargrove how often he thinks of Steve Olin and Tim Cruz now, 4 years later. He says every day. Not a day goes by. In 1994, they finally had a contending team. The strike washed out the season. In 95, they had one of the best single-season teams in recent history. 100 victories, 44 losses. lost in 6 in the World Series. Last year, they had the highest victory total in the American League, 99. Bouncing ball to short. Renneria charging. Has trouble getting it out of his glove, and so they'll get only one as Williams takes care of Counsell on the pivot. It could have been a double play.
Great job by Williams to get down there and put the pressure on Counsell. The only problem is Counsell stays at the bag, come to the ball. Be a moving target. See, Williams knows exactly where to find him. But you're right, Renteria bobbles the ball, but he did the right thing. He charged it, but he couldn't get it out of his glove quick enough. But Counsell's got to move across the bag and make himself a moving target.
He didn't even look like he was on the bag at any time, Joe, when he took that toss from Renneria. He didn't look like he was on the bag at all.
With the left-handed hitting Tommy Dew, Alfonseca exits, and Heredia, the southpaw, enters.
Somewhere between home white and road gray, there's chalk. Where chalk blends with clay, there's dust. And if you keep your eye dead center, where dust and ash converge, you'll strike an overpowering color called smoke. One of the colors between the colors created by Canon. Canon Laser Color. Its only competition is reality.
It doesn't matter if you work for a big company or a startup.
Whether you work for yourself or to help others.
Fidelity has a way to help you prepare for the day when you won't need to work at all.
Whether you're changing jobs,
Or happy where you are,
retired,
or just starting out.
more people trust their retirement plans to Fidelity than any other company.
It's your retirement.
It's our job to help you make the most of it.
Life on land is dry. It's time to escape. Get wet. Eat with your hands. Dip, splash, crack, and taste seafood as fresh as the sea itself. At Red Lobster, because life on land is dry.
How bad is it?
We're dead.
How dead?
Dead, dead. Check out the flame mail.
How many hits so far?
Millions, billions, who knows?
We should have upgraded the server.
Can't. It's not scalable.
What now?
Lock the door.
Leland goes to Heredia. Slender but hard-throwing left-hander from the Dominican Republic. Very effective in this World Series, including 2 innings last night. But Tomey immediately rips one through the right side for a hit. And Alomar's going to try for third and make it ahead of Sheffield's throw.
Great hustle there by Alomar. As soon as that ball was hit, he made up his mind. He was going to try to get the third with less than 2 outs. And that's very important. This is a very big play here. Gary Sheffield charged quickly, but look at Alomar, catcher, running, but he made up his mind. Look at this. He doesn't hesitate at all. Right around to third base. He knows how important this run is, so he gets over there and gets himself in the scoring position.
And now how important is it that they didn't turn that potential double play? Leland is out talking to Montague, giving the appearance that they're going to make a double switch.
You know, Jim told me last night had such trouble with Heredia. I asked him today before the game started. I said, what about Heredia last night? He said, I'm telling you, that guy can rush it up there in a hurry. Tonight, facing Heredia, he lines a bullet to right field and puts runners at first and third.
Conine has left the field, as has Heredia, the pitcher. Eisenreich comes in to play first base, and Rob Nen comes trotting out of the bullpen. So Nen will be inserted in the 4th spot, vacated by Conine, the last man to bat, in the bottom of the 8th. And Eisenreich will be slotted 9th, meaning he would hit if as many as 5 men get to the plate in the bottom of the 9th.
For the Marlins,
Rob Nen, who has been the closer for Jim Leland. Here you see what he's done. 3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 5 runs. His control has been a problem for him. I mean, he has no movement on his fastball. He's a very hard thrower, but he got hit very hard in the series.
In the 9th innings of games 3 and 5, he was more arsonist than fireman, nearly squandering huge leads. But over the course of the season, in fact, the last few seasons, he's been one of baseball's best.
And they need a strikeout right here, so Rob Nen is their strikeout pitcher. He brings him in hopes that he can throw a fastball by Marquise Grissom. They've pounded Grissom in the entire ball game, so look for him to try to come up with his fastball and try to just throw it by Grissom. That's about the only chance they have right now. Because if one more run scored, it's just going to be awfully tough to get 2 off of Mesa in the 9th.
Speaking of the Indians again, it would be ironic if after failing to win the World Series with a team that was pretty clearly baseball's best in 1995, then failing to even get out of the division series last year with a team that won 99 tops in the American League, if they win it all with a club that had the 4th best record of all the qualifiers for the American League playoffs, just 86 wins, but they have played very well, as have the Marlins, when it's counted most in the playoffs and now the World Series. Alomar at third. Tomey, who singled at first. 1 out, top of the 9th. The Indians haven't scored since Fernandez played at 2 with his single in the 3rd. They lead it 2-1. Grissom takes a ball with the infield in.
Well, they're playing halfway, Bob, because what happens if he hits a ball sharply to shortstop, they will try to turn 2. If he hits it sharply to second base, they'll try to turn 2. But if they have to charge the ball, they'll come to the plate.
A ball and a strike. There's the good fastball from Nen, starting him off fastball upstairs. That one right down the middle. And Grissom had a nice cut and fouled it back. Playing him deep slightly to pull in the outfield, despite the fact that Nen throws hard in that high 90 range.
And Johnson has to backhand it to save a wild pitch.
Good play by Charles Johnson on a low outside fastball. You've got to be ready for it all the time. You've got to anticipate, no matter what you call fastball, breaking ball, that he may throw one wide. You've got to be ready, and he did. Made a nice play on it.
Now the 2-1. A bouncing ball, potential double play. Now Renteria comes to the plate, and Johnson with the tag on Alomar.
Well, Renteria had trouble getting it out of his glove again, but he made the right play. If you have to, he came charging in, so he's going to have a tough throw back to second base to start the double play. So watch this. He makes the right play because, watch, he has to come get it. Now, if he has to try to flip it behind him, it's tough. Had trouble getting it out, puts a little pressure on Johnson at the plate. He scoops it and makes the tag.
Charles Johnson almost gave Alomar too much of the plate. That throw got there, and he just did get the tag on Alomar. Alomar, I think, a little surprised he didn't go for the double play, but with the speed of Grissom and Renteria bobble that ball momentarily, they may not have been able to turn it.
Now they go to Brian Giles off the bench, and on the first pitch he fouls it off.
Renteria made the right play because you cannot afford to go for 2 and miss it and give up another run.
Especially with Grissom running out of the box. So now Grissom is at first. Tomey is at second with 2 out. And they'll need a hit from Giles if they're to get this insurance run. High 1-1. He stands to be the winner in Game 7 of the World Series. But only if Mesa can protect it in the bottom of the ninth. In the air to left, Alou has the play. It's a one-run game as we go to the bottom of the ninth in Game 7 of the World Series.
People frown about all sorts of things. Sometimes it's about money. But one thing that won't cost you a lot is the Lumina from Chevrolet. Because Lumina offers you more standard safety features for the money than any other 6-passenger car in its class. In fact, at under $17,800, the Chevy Lumina is $1,000 less than a Taurus LX. For you, that's one less thing to worry about. So see your Chevy dealer for a Lumina today and give your face a rest. The cars more Americans trust.
Adamstown, Pennsylvania, a true story. At a flea market, a man bought a frame for $4. When he brought it home, he made a $2 million discovery, an original copy of the Declaration of Independence. When it comes to retirement, you can depend on luck or you can depend on us, Sun America. Ask about our personal retirement portfolios and don't leave your future to chance. Sun America, the retirement specialist.
Somewhere between home white and road gray, there's chalk. Where chalk blends with clay, there's dust. And if you keep your eye dead center, where dust and ash converge, you'll strike an overpowering color called smoke. One of the colors between the colors created by Canon. Canon Laser Color. Its only competition is reality.
3 outs from the happiest birthday of his life. And if it happens, it won't just be for the millions of fans who are crazy about these Indians and who pack Jacobs Field every day and night during the baseball season. It'll be for all those folks who went to Municipal Stadium and were part of crowds of 3,500 and 4,000 through all the lean years, cheering for Chico Simone and Max Alvis, Daddy Wags Wagner and Vic Davalio, Jack Fralick and Southern Sam McDowell. For all the people who have waited since 1948 for the Indians to be world champions. Meanwhile, Jim Leland has waited through 34 seasons in professional baseball for this, 12 of them as a major league manager. He needed to win one over the last 2 nights. Beaten 4-1 in Game 6. Trailing 2-1 as his team comes up for its last licks in Game 7. Mesa saved it last night. Alou will be first. All 3 of those postseason homers for him are in this World Series.
Well, the thing to do is still be patient. Make sure you get a pitch to hit.
Mesa from the stretch. Down low. And he's got an outstanding fastball. He starts Alou off with a curve. Swing and a miss. A line drive over short. It falls softly in there for a leadoff hit. Just poked it, but it got the job done. Well, Homer swinging his first few times up. Watch this one. Here's another curveball from Jose Mesa. Alou just went down, didn't overswing, took a nice easy swing at that ball and drops it in the left center for a base hit.
the tying run is on here in the ninth.
It landed with all the force of a fluttering feather. But it could really count here in the ninth. Bonilla homered his last time up. And fouls this one to the seats and left.
Not a good swing there by Bobby Bonilla. If you're not looking for the fastball, take it. You do not want to waste your last at bat in Game 7.
He may never have swung farther at a pitch in his life.
Fastball right by him. I think it would have been okay to take that swing on the first strike, but not to get yourself into the hole. Now it's 0-2. But you know what? It's very easy up here.
Isn't it, though?
The 0-2 pitch. Taken low.
Let's see if Mesa comes back with that breaking ball. He's got a devastating curveball. Kind of got rid of the split-fingered fastball. It was a problem pitch for him. Always throwing bad pitches in the dirt. He kind of got rid of it and has really relied on an overhand curveball. It's very sharp and really dives down.
Blocked by Alomar, who springs back up out of that crouch and eyes Alou at first.
Beautiful play by Alomar. That's the pitch I was talking about. This overhand curve by Mesa only drops it about 58 feet in front of Alomar, and a beautiful block. That's a tough play for Sandy Alomar. That ball got up under his mask. Knocked it down, though, and kept Alou at first.
Alou at first with only the third hit of the night for the Marlins. The 2-2 to Bonilla. Full count.
What do you do if you're Jim Leland? Do you send Alou from first and risk a strikeout, throw him out, or do you play it safe?
Not going. And a line drive. Foul.
And Alou not running on the pitch. This ball hit by Bonilla, foul to right. He got out in front of it a little bit. That's a breaking ball. Mesa threw that pitch down low and inside. Bonilla got out in front of it and lines it foul to right. We'll do it again.
Hargrove told us that with a one-run lead in the bottom of the 11th in Baltimore, he couldn't bear to watch. He actually positioned himself so he didn't have a view of the pitcher's mound. But that was Game 6. He had some margin of error. Not here. Again, not going. And fouled at the plate.
Well, Mesa's let him see everything he's got in this at-bat. He's seen the curveball, fastball. That one he fouled off of his foot. Trying to walk it off. Bonilla still bothered by that hamstring problem. Take a little extra time to try and get some feeling back in that foot.
Bonilla with Leland. All those years in Pittsburgh. This is the biggest at-bat Bobby Bonilla has ever had in his career, as Jim Leland's wife, Katie, looks on. Mesa looks Alou back. Struck him out. So Bonilla, who had homered his last time, goes down swinging on the 3-2 pitch in the ninth.
Well, it was not a strike, but it's very tough to wait for a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and make up your mind, and that's what Mesa throws here. Good, hard fastball. It's down and out of the strike zone, but Bonilla had to go for it.
Charles Johnson 0 for 3. Takes a ball. I don't care how much the game changes. When it gets to its essence, there's a connection through all the years. And now Mesa and each of these hitters stand where Alexander and Lazzeri stood, where Terry and Mazeroski stood, where Terry and Willie McCovey stood 2 days later, 2 years later. The 1-0 pitch is a strike.
Well, this is what it's all about, Bob. You're right. I mean, guys like Mesa, they talk about big money, big-time relievers. This is what it boils down to right here, on the line.
One and two to Johnson. Craig Counsell is on deck. A line drive to right that drops for a hit. Alou is on his way to third. Ramirez has no play. Runners at the corners with 1 out.
Tonight, we've also seen Charles Johnson in this series. Here's another young player with no fear. 2 outs, 2 strikes in the ninth, I should say. And he singles to right field. So Moises Alou knows he has to get to third base. He doesn't hesitate at all. Ramirez should have thrown the ball to second base. He throws toward third, but Alou is safely in at third, and now they need a fly ball.
Greg Zahn, their backup catcher, who runs better than Johnson, replaces him at first base. Nagy, who might have started this game 7. Instead, it was the rookie Jarrett Wright. Gets up again in the bullpen. And if you told Craig Counsell, the rookie out of Notre Dame, that his season would come down to this, he would have had to have believed you were joking. Ball 1.
Show some patience. Get a pitch to hit.
Infield playing halfway again. Fernandez up at second. Vizquel at shortstop playing shallow.
Mesa's 1-0 pitch.
Well, one thing about the Indians infield, they're not playing shallow enough to come to the plate. They're playing for a double play. You have to come in 2 more steps in order to come to the plate. They can't come to the plate from where they're positioned.
The 1-1 pitch. A deep drive to right. Ramirez on the run. Makes the catch. Tagging is Alou. Game 7 of the World Series is tied.
The man in the spot, but he made sure he got a pitch that he could get in the air, and that was the main thing. Just stay out of the double play is all he had to do, and he got a pitch to hit, and he got it in the air. Look at that. He drops his back shoulder and makes sure he gets that ball in the air. I told you I've been impressed with him the entire series, and he does a great job here.
Yes, he says Alou scored. Come on. Low fastball from Mesa, and he was right on it.
Now Eisenreich hitting ninth after the double switch in the top of the inning. Old. Then with the Twins, the Royals, the last 4 years with the Phillies. A career .294 hitter. A bouncing ball toward Fernandez. Extra innings in Game 7.
The all-new Intrigue, a sophisticated twist on a sports sedan.
Who's the big man that slams the wood with just one hand? You're damn
Acting is being.
Can't quite put my finger on it. Something's just ain't right. That's what I've been missing.
Don't even think about it. Pepsi. Generation next. Please? Nah.
There's no question that computers open up entirely new worlds. But what about children who live in a world that can't afford personal computers? Fortunately, as of today, we'll never have to ask that question again. Network computers allow everyone to join the information age. And we'd like to say, welcome, Oracle, enabling the information age.
Story of two rookies, at least in part. Jarrett Wright, tabbed a can't-miss prospect, just 3 years out of high school, starts Game 7 of the World Series at age 21, and nearly wins it. His team still might, but officially he can't. And Craig Counsell of the Florida Marlins, a 27-year-old rookie, played college ball at Notre Dame. Nobody's surefire prospect. A guy who hoped to simply make it to the major leagues. Found himself at the plate with 2 men on in the bottom of the ninth in Game 7. And hit it right on the nose to deep right. Ramirez caught it, but Alou tagged and scored. The run that pushes this game into extra innings. Greg Zahn ran for Charles Johnson. This could become a factor. Johnson, along with Pudge Rodriguez of the Rangers, one of the best throwing catchers in the game, maybe the best. A guy like Vizquel will run if he gets on. How good a thrower is Zahn?
Zahn's been around for a while, Bob. He's a veteran catcher. He's nowhere near what Johnson is. He's adequate. Again, it's a problem with a pitcher holding a runner. You give him a chance, he's going to throw you out.
The 1-1 pitch. A ball and 2 strikes.
And this is when Ned is at his best, when he uses more than just the fastball. Good breaking ball there for strike 2.
Fouled off. And I don't care how much of a professional you are. Everybody on this field has to be thinking about the plays they make hundreds of times a year. But in extra innings in Game 7 of the World Series, are any of those plays ever routine?
No, I don't think so, but you have to concentrate. This is where the players who concentrate the best come to the top.
Vizquel is down on strikes.
Big out there, because if he could have gotten on base, he could have caused some problems for the Marlins.
This pitch a little bit inside, off the inside corner against Vizquel. It looked like Ned may have taken a little something off a fastball and gets the big strikeout. Leadoff guy is gone.
For a while, Fernandez thought he might have had the hit that won the World Series. His 2-run single in the 3rd stood up until the 9th. And what about the umpires? In a time where their work comes under increased scrutiny. You don't want to be the guy to miss one.
Eddie Montague's done a super job behind the plate tonight. Nobody moaning and groaning. Maybe once or twice a player looked back at him, but other than that, he's called a heck of a game.
In the bottom of the 10th, the Marlins will have the top of the order. White, Renteria, Sheffield. Might have overthrown that one.
Well, Zahn wanted a high fastball. He wanted a fastball around the letters on Fernandez. Nen really reaching back. And Zahn up into the air to pull that one down.
Two and two. And it holds there.
Tony Fernandez a little upset at himself that he chased that high fastball. Going up in the high 90s. You can't get up on top of that thing. Fouled off the best you can do. Fernandez upset.
And he hits it through the hole the opposite way for a one-out hit. Tony Fernandez, the one-time Gold Glove shortstop for the Blue Jays. On the Yankee roster last year, but missed the whole season with an elbow problem. Finds new life in Cleveland, and what a factor he's been in the postseason. Now Ramirez. 0 for 2 with a pair of walks tonight. Top of the 10th. Cleveland 2, Florida 2, Game 7. And Ramirez fouls it off. Tony Saunders, Game 4 starter. Didn't do very well at all on that occasion. Up in the bullpen. Nen's 0-1 pitch. Fouled off right side. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Struck him out. Second strikeout of the inning for Nen, with the Fernandez single sandwiched in between.
Number 23, left fielder, David Johnson.
Justice is 0 for 4. 2 years ago, he won the World Series for Atlanta with a home run, but that was in Game 6. Ball strike.
Well, Nen is doing a wise thing. He's making sure that he checks Tony Fernandez before every pitch. Most relievers do not hold runners very well. I should say most closers.
And you think back to the insurance run the Indians didn't get in the top of the 9th. 0-1 pitch. Big cut and a miss, 0-2. When they have runners at first and third with 1 out. And Grissom bounced to Renteria, who elected to come to the plate to get Alomar. That kept it a 2-1 game. And Council's sacrifice fly on the bottom half tied it.
That signal you saw from Jim Leland is telling the Bill Live for the delayed steal.
The 0-2 pitch. Struck him out. we're back after these messages from your local station.
Thursday, Chandler's in love with Joey's girlfriend.
I'm a horrible person. No, you're not, Chandler. We still love you, Chandler.
Friends, NBC Thursday.
Opponents of issue 2 have run their campaign based on one lie after another. Funny, that's what major papers predicted they'd do. We need to get past the lies. The truth, carpal tunnel is covered. Benefit levels for injured workers aren't cut, and you can still choose your doctor to take care of you. The reforms in issue 2 were designed to speed up benefits and to eliminate fraud. Workers' comp shouldn't serve as a financial trough for lawyers. Join Ohio's major newspapers. Fix workers' comp. Vote yes on issue 2.
Every minute of every day, opportunity knocks. Do you answer? Everett Securities. Our business is making money work.
In South Dallas, a lot of folks like to work on their cars, and a lot of them come to AutoZone. They save money on top quality parts, and they find helpful people like Rocky Brown. Oh, sure, there are other parts stores in town, but Rocky's the kind of guy folks go out of their way to see. He's good at solving problems, and he really knows his parts. You see, when it comes to getting the right part, the right price, and good advice, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Your stories, your news. Channel 3 News.
Between innings, Leland conferring with his coaches, mindful of what he has left on the bench, which isn't much. Arias and Cangelosi. Mesa to White in the bottom of the 10th. Ball 1.
One thing that he's got going is the top of the order here in the 10th inning with White, Renneria, and then Sheffield against Jose Mesa.
One and one to White. He's grounded out, struck out, flied out, and struck out again. Off-speed breaking ball for a strike. White has pretty much owned Mesa in his American League days. That one sails high and wide. 2-2. And look at this. Tommy Lasorda, who threw out the first pitch before Game 7 tonight, once used Hershiser out of the bullpen in a memorable LCS game at Shea Stadium in 1988 between his Dodgers and the Mets. Part of LA's miracle run to the World Championship that year. The 2-2 pitch. Through the middle, off the leg of Mesa to Vizquel, on to first, got it. 1-6-3.
Well, this ball was bound for center field. Devon White hit it sharply, and it caromed off of Mesa to shortstop. See, he doesn't have a chance to field it, but it's off his leg and bounces to Omar Vizquel. And if you hit it that way, you're usually going to be out.
Since his first inning double, Renteria has walked, flied out, and tapped to the mound. Ball one.
It's important for Renteria to try to get on base any kind of way, because otherwise if Sheffield hits with 2 outs, the pitcher's on deck, and they will not have to give in to him.
Hit hard and through the left side.
Well, this is a big base hit for Renteria, who has been struggling, because now it forces them to have to pitch to Sheffield. They do not want to end up putting the winning run at second base. But with 2 outs of these pitching to Sheffield, they would have pitched around him because the pitcher's spot is on deck.
Late in the tie game or in extra innings, the third baseman usually is guarding the line to protect against an extra base hit. If Williams is off the line, as good a fielder as he is, maybe he has a shot at that ball. The pitcher's spot comes up next after a double switch, and that's Cangelosi, the switch hitter on deck. Sheffield 0 for 3 with a walk. Takes a ball. Good play again by Alomar. Gary Sheffield earlier tonight addressed the players in a very emotional speech and talked about winning this thing and winning it for Jim Leland. And here he is in the 10th. Mace's 1-0 pitch is in there. Talked about Gary earlier tonight. He's had some major cuts and pitches that weren't in his zone and really overswinging. Charlie Manuel talked to him a couple of times about settling himself down and just doing the normal thing. Wow, man. Alomar now is going to stroll out and talk it over with Mesa.
I tell you what, this is more luck than being good.
You got that right.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, he just makes a wild stab at this, and he finds in the glove. I mean, that is just a tough play to make.
That would be an in-between hop for an infielder. That's what that was for Alomar.
He didn't have time to shift his body over.
That's twice in the inning that he's made grabs on pitches in the dirt. Mark Wiley, the Indians pitching coach, heading out there to talk with Mesa once again. That really is a tough play. Again, it's all luck on that one. 67,000 seats were sold for this game. Just about none of them are in use right now. Almost everyone's standing.
Including ours.
Including us, yeah.
We're not using ours either.
Nagy joins Hershiser. Hugh and Joe, if your hearts are pounding anything like mine is, we can only guess what it feels like for that guy. And for Leland in the other dugout. The 2-1 from Mesa to Sheffield. Hop back foul.
Well, at this point, the players are probably the less nervous of anybody, least nervous of anybody in this ballpark. Because the players can do something about it. People that are standing around, the managers, they can't do anything about it.
Look at Jose Mesa. You wouldn't think anything was wrong. They were out there talking to him. Everything is normal as far as he's concerned. He's been here before in this kind of a jam, talking about late innings, extra innings. The 2-2. Again blocked by Alomar. And the count is full. Now with 1 out, do you send Renteria? I run him.
I agree with you.
I run him. And again, a pat on the back to Alomar. Unless you've been back there and you get eaten up a few times by pitches like that. And Jose Mesa is not the easiest kind of a guy to catch. He really isn't. Those pitches in the dirt eat you up. That time he got out in front and knocked that one down.
The reason I run him because if I don't score here, I don't want Nin out of the ball game. Try to give myself a chance to score right here.
He goes, and Sheffield grounds it to the left side. It's a tough play, and Vizquel will eat it. Sheffield is aboard with an infield hit. There's the reason he's running. Maybe, just maybe, if he's not running, Vizquel may have a play at second, but that was the only play he had as Gary Sheffield hits this ball to the hole. There it is again. Renneria moves. And the pitch hit by Sheffield to the hole. Now watch Vizquel. His only chance, if Renneria is not running, would have been to go to second. Sheffield hits this ball to the hole. So Vizquel takes a look. Nobody there. And they've got 2 on now with only 1 out. Good move by Leland to send Renneria. Up comes Cangelosi. Mesa's first one is down and in. It's Sandy Alomar. Another tough play for him. And the first thing on his mind, hey, take it easy. The Jose Mesa, don't worry about it. Throw strikes. I'll take care of things back here. Throw strikes. Cangelosi, 34-year-old, well-traveled veteran, switch hitter. A good pinch hitter through the years. Swings and misses. Meanwhile, if the Marlins don't score, they're without Nen when we go to the 11th. That's a strike. 1 and 2.
And the fact that they're without Nen, if they do not score, is the reason he had to put Renteria in motion. So if Sheffield did find a gap, he could win the ball game. You want to make sure you give yourself a chance to win it in this inning because, like you say, you don't have Nen anymore.
Sheffield at first. Renteria, with the run that matters, leads away from second. Mesa's 1-2 pitch to Cangelosi. Taken high. The 2-2 pitch. A full count to Cangelosi, who walks away to gather himself. Thousands of at-bats through all the years, with all the different teams for a journeyman like Cangelosi. And now an at-bat like this in Game 7 of the World Series. 2 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 10th. 2-2 game. And a 3-2 pitch on the way. But not before Mesa wheels and looks Renteria back. The 3-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Cangelosi had started toward first, hopeful that he'd work the wall. The gutsy call by Alomar here. This is a breaking ball. Number 18. And Cangelosi took it. And a knee-high pitch. Looked like a breaking ball. I don't know if he took something off, a little slider. But Cangelosi caught looking. And a big pitch. comes out, takes the ball from Mesa. You knew in this situation he couldn't possibly go to Hershiser with Alou, the scheduled hitter, because Alou has homered twice in this series off Oral, so he's going to go to Charles Nagy. In the clubhouse before Game 7, what he told Nagy concerning his decision to start Jarrett Wright in Game 7. He said, first of all, Charlie is a great guy. I explained it to him. I said, it doesn't mean I've lost confidence in you. I just think that Jarrett Wright gives us a better chance to win this game on this night, but be ready. We could go to you. He described Nagy as disappointed, but understanding.
Well, and in yesterday's game, Bob, he was up 3 or 4 times in the Indians bullpen along with Brian Anderson. And I think along with that, it was part of the deal that he wouldn't be ready to pitch tonight as far as starting goes. But then Hargrove surprised everybody by saying, look, I made this decision 2 days ago. The day before yesterday, I made the decision to start Jarrett Wright no matter what. But here's Nagy in the ballgame.
Joe, what do you think about this move, going to Nagy to face Alou?
Well, what he wants to do is be able to throw some off-speed pitches. Everything Mesa throws is hard. So he wants to try to throw some off-speed pitches to Alou, who is a very good fastball hitter. And Nagy offers him that best opportunity. He has a good curveball, and he'll throw a change and the good sinker, and that's what he wants in this situation to match up against Moises Alou.
I think the one thing we have to remember, too, about Charles Nagy is what Hargrove told us about him, and in each and every visit to the mound in Nagy's starts, the fact that he likes to nibble, or he nibbles too much that he really doesn't challenge hitters. And I don't mean by trying to throw a fastball by somebody. I'm talking about that curveball. He's got a very good curve, change, and a fastball, and he'll change on his curve every once in a while. But they would like to see him become a little more aggressive sometimes instead of working from behind in the count.
Alou with the one hit tonight, but it was a leadoff single in the ninth. He's hit a lot of balls harder in his career, but he dropped it into shallow center and eventually came home on the sacrifice fly from Counsell that tied the game. Prior to tonight, Charles Nagy had made 211 big league appearances, one of them in relief. This is the second time in his life, at least at the major league level, that he's pitched out of the bullpen. Renteria at second, Sheffield at first, Nagy to Alou. Ball one. Into shallow right. Ramirez coming in. Look out now. Closing in on Fernandez, and he makes the catch. Nagy comes in, retires Alou. What do you say we play the 11th?
Only by going alone in silence can one get into the heart of the wilderness. All other travel is mere dust and hotels and baggage and chatter.
Because they're not getting any younger. Because she'll never believe what you just saw. Because absence really does make the heart grow fonder. Because, well, just because For whatever reason, Sunday is the day you call people the most. That's why MCI introduces 5-cent Sundays. 5 cents a minute every Sunday, if you're an MCI customer. And if not, call 1-800-SUNDAYS.
Green Bay is a small town. When someone leaves here, it means something. It means the entire community's been diminished. It means an acquaintance, a neighbor, a friend left your life forever. Most importantly, it means there's now some extra seats available for Sunday's game.
Well, it's awfully tough to get tickets from the Super Bowl champs. It's absolutely impossible with American Express. They'll bring your Visa card.
Go Packers,
the official card of the NFL.
Has it been quite as excruciating for Indian fans as for Cub backers or Red Sox rooters? Well, hard to say unless you've been among those hoping and praying for a world championship for one of these teams for all these years, or at least a portion of it. Not many still around who remember the last time the Cubs, White Sox, or Red Sox won it all. Lots of people in Ohio, though, who remember Lou Boudreau and Feller and Lemon and all those guys from 1948, maybe even a few around who remember the team managed by Tris Speaker, like Boudreau, a player manager in 1920 with Hall of Famer Stan Kowalewski and Bill Wamsgans turning an unassisted triple play in the 1920 World Series as they beat the Brooklyn Dodgers. Well, Jim Leland told us flatly before the game that he would not use Livan Hernandez, who threw 142 pitches on Thursday in winning Game 5. On the other hand, he didn't know this game would go at least 11 innings and maybe more.
Well, Livan Hernandez told Leland, he said, if you need me, I can throw. And there he is.
So now Jay Powell, who worked last night, comes on to start the 11th. Matt Williams will lead it off, followed by Alomar and Tomey. Ball one. Nen came in the 9th, got 2 big outs. Then in the 10th, although he allowed a single to Fernandez, he struck out the side. But they had to hit for him in the bottom half. So now it's up to Powell. Here's his 2-0 pitch to Williams. And that misses 3-0. Powell was 7-2 this year. Leland seldom used him to close a game. He had only 2 saves. He's 25 years old, out of Collinsville, Tennessee. And maybe that's appropriate, because by the time this is over, they may be calling for volunteers. Dangerous pitch for him on 3-1 to Williams. Rips it foul.
And Williams a little upset at himself. He had a good pitch to hit that time and get out in front of it.
.32 homers during the regular season. 1 in this World Series. The 3-2 pitch. Walked him.
Well, now Mike Hargrove has to make some decisions. Do you bunt Alomar to get the winning run, or the go-ahead run in the scoring position, or do you let him hit away?
Or even let Williams move, Joe, on a hit and run. Talked about that before the game tonight with guys like Williams. So there aren't too many people that he'll do it with, running and moving runners. But Alomar, who hits the ball behind runners and hits to right field very well. He's a good bunter for a catcher. Had 6 sacrifices this year. In the bottom of the 11th, it'll be Bonilla, the new catcher Zahn, and Counsell. Sandy squares, bunts in front of the plate. Powell is on it, pegs it to second, and they get the force.
Well, this is the right strategy. You should be bunting to try to get the winning run or the go-ahead run in the scoring position, but it's not a good bunt. And Powell jumps off the mound quickly, and he fired a strike to second base. Look at that. Right on target in time to get Matt Williams. So I think Mike Hargrove made the right move. You have to try to give yourself a chance to go ahead when you're on the road in extra innings in the 7th game of the World Series. It's not that situation where they say you play to score a lot of runs on the road.
Bounces it foul. When you look at baseball men like Mike Hargrove, a fine player in his day, now several years as the Indians manager, Jim Leland, this is 34th season in professional baseball. Often they're able to truthfully say, there's nothing I haven't seen, no situation I haven't faced. Well, what about this? This is uncharted territory for everybody. Only one Game 7 in World Series history has gone longer than this. That's strike 2. In 1924, Walter Johnson's Washington Senators beat the New York Giants 4-3 in 12 innings in Game 7 of the World Series. Johnson was the winning pitcher. That's the only Game 7 that's gone longer than this one. The 0-2 pitch, hit to Counsell. There's one. Renneria on to ice and right to complete the double play. As the Marlins come up in the bottom of the 11th, some memorable extra inning Game 7 affairs. If memory serves, not that I witnessed it, but I think I read about it someplace, that 1912 game is the game where Fred Snodgrass, the Giant outfielder, muffed the fly ball to cost the Giants the game and the series. Then there was the Walter Johnson game in 1924. And the Jack Morris masterpiece for the Twins in 1991. Now Charles Nagy here, after retiring Alou in the 10th, set to face Bobby Bonilla at the big home run back in the 7th inning. He got a changeup back in the 7th inning, and I mean he hit it and hit it out of here by plenty. That came against Jarrett Wright. one of the few mistakes that he made tonight. Bonilla got it all, and that finally got the Marlins on the board. They trailed 2-0 at that time.
The white-haired gentleman he's speaking with right now is Joe Black, the former Brooklyn Dodger pitcher, teammate of Newcomb and Campanella and Robinson and Snyder and Hodges, seated next to National League President Len Coleman. And according to our Jim Gray, who is down by the Marlin dugout, before his 7th inning at-bat, Bonilla got a little bit of advice from Joe Black. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but he talked to him just before the at-bat, and Bonilla jumped on the first pitch and hit it out of here. Jim Gray apparently heard that conversation. Let's go to him.
Well, each time that he's come to bat, he's had a word for Joe Black, as well as the National League president, Len Coleman. Joe told him to take a step away from the plate, that he was crowding the plate a little bit. Took a swing at that pitch and hit the ball out of here. When he touched home plate, he pointed right over to Joe Black. Pop.
Joe Black now has been expelled from the pitcher's fraternity. Helping a hitter out that way.
Unless he moves over to the other dugout on that side.
Well, as good as Charles Nagy matched up against Moises Alou with the curveballs and the off-speed pitches, he doesn't match up as well with Bonilla. If Bonilla is patient, he will get a good pitch to hit. Nagy's pitches will not fool Bonilla unless he goes out of the strike zone. So he doesn't match up quite as well here as he did with Alou.
To the bottom of the 11th, and Bobby Bowe cuts and misses.
And right out of the strike zone right away.
And you talked about Bonilla earlier, Joe, the fact that he chases pitches every once in a while over anxious. That time down low and inside, a slider from Charles Nagy, and he chased it.
Called strike 2. Each team with 2 runs on 6 hits. The 0-2 pitch. Hit hard through the middle for a leadoff hit.
Nagy just does not match up well against Bonilla. Bonilla will always hit him well if he's patient.
If you're even thinking about a pinch runner, remember, Alex Arias, who does run well and does play third base, is the only reserve Jim Leland has left.
Yeah, but you can't take Bobby Bonilla out of this game simply because he ran well. You know, in fact, he helped them win the ball game in Cleveland. And you don't know how long this game is going to go. You might need Arias in a situation where you just need a fly ball. So Bobby Bonilla is going to have to bring the winning run home if the opportunity presents itself.
Now Zahn bats for the first time tonight. Squares the bunt. Up along the first base line, they let it roll foul. Zahn ran for Charles Johnson in the ninth.
Zahn's going to have to make a good bunt down the first baseline because Bonilla doesn't run that well right now.
He bunts it foul, and now he's behind 0-2.
Well, and he's got to stay with it. Greg Zahn normally is a guy who gets the ball down. That pitch was upstairs, butted it foul back over the screen.
The Indians failed to execute in the top half of the inning. The bunt to go ahead and run the second base, and so far, the Marlins have not been able to execute either.
Let's see what they do with 2 strikes. He's going to try to bunt again. He lines it back to the mound. Nagy's got it. Fernandez sneaks in behind. But Bonilla is able to get back.
And almost a bad throw. A good play by Tony Fernandez as he took that throw from Nagy. Bonilla getting back to the bag with Fernandez right there with him. But a bad bunt by Greg Zahn. Here it is. This pitch, a good ball to bunt. He just bunted that ball in the air. And Nagy hesitated a little bit, finally threw over there, and Bonilla back with a head-first slide. Looked like Fernandez had his feet crossed, but he made the catch.
I must say I don't agree with a 2-strike bunt there with a left-handed hitter facing a right-handed hitter, but that's Jim Leland's prerogative. He's making those decisions.
Counsell fouls the first one back. He's without a hit tonight, but he could emerge from this game as one of its heroes. His sacrifice fly with 1 out in the bottom of the ninth tied this game at 2. Nagy gets ahead of him 0-2. Eisenreich is on deck. Still 0-2. It's no longer his birthday. It's about a minute past midnight. Another 0-2 pitch.
Well, the one thing you get from Charles Nagy is a lot of off-speed stuff, a lot of change of speed. You'll change off the fastball, you'll throw 2 or 3 different kinds of curves, and then a straight change of pace.
Well, that can work against him if Counsell can put the ball in play because he has a big hole on the right side. And if he pulls it over there, Bonilla will have a chance to go to third base.
1-2. Punches it to the right side. Fernandez has it go through him. Bonilla will try for third. Ramirez up with it, but there's no play on him. Bonilla dives in.
Well, Bobby Bonilla tried to shield Tony Fernandez from this ball. Let's see if he does a good job. See, he waits right there, and then he lets it go past him. I'm not so sure if that caused Fernandez to miss it, but that's what Bobby Bonilla was trying to do. And then he hustles on around to third base. And he is the winning run at third. So now the only choice you have is to load the bases so that you have a force out at the plate.
Tony Fernandez, who has worn hero's laurels throughout the postseason, including earlier in this 7th game of the World Series. Now, cool as it may seem, perhaps being fitted for goat horns. It'll be up to Devon White, who is 0 for 5. Of the past won't take the sting of this one away if the Marlins score here on a run set up by Fernandez's error.
Tony Fernandez took his eye off this ball for a moment. Here it is one more time. There's Bonilla, as Joe said. He tries to shield the ball from the view of Tony Fernandez. And then the ball gets by him. It touched his glove, winding up in short right field. That's what allowed Bonilla to go to third. But a good play by Bobby Bonilla, and it looks like Fernandez may have taken his eye off the ball momentarily to see if he can make a play at first on Counsell.
Well, the outfielders will have to come in shallow Because if a long fly ball is hit, the ball game is over anyway. They come in to try to take any line drive base hit away from the hitter.
Nagy works to White. On the first pitch to Fernandez. He's got to come home, and it is in time to Alamo. Well, he got another chance right away. And that's what it means to be a professional ball player.
Well, this is a much easier play, technically, because he gets it on the big hop. Now watch, he'll get it on the big hop, makes an easy routine play right there. If that ball stays down, it's a lot more difficult to turn and make that throw to the plate. So he got a little lucky there that he got it on the big hop.
So now it's Counsell who carries the run that could win the World Series as he leads away from third. Renteria bats with 2 out. And a breaking ball is in there.
5 times this year in extra innings, Edgar Renteria drove in the winning run in the bottom of the inning for the Marlins. All after the 9th inning.
The 0-1 pitch. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series. Seems to be true of every great and memorable game. There's always some misplay or quirk or adversity mixed in with the brilliance. Somebody, fairly or not, tabbed as the GOAT, even as the heroes celebrate.
Now, for me, I prefer to give all the accolades to Edgar Renteria for doing the job here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 11th inning.
Goes back to the bullpen work of Cleveland. Jose Mesa coming on, couldn't hold the lead. They tied it in the 9th, and then the Marlins bullpen, and had been rocked earlier in the series, comes on to do a magnificent job in a couple of tough situations also. There you look at Tony Fernandez, Bob. You talked about the Gold Gloves and everything else that goes with it. A miscue. They get a break on a play hit back at him again right after he makes the bad play. He gets a chance to redeem himself. He does. And then here comes Edgar Renteria against Charles Nagy. And it looked like Nagy may have gotten a glove on the ball. Hit right back through the box. But a big base hit. What a celebration here. And what a game. wearing the 32 on their cap in tribute to him after he went down with the rotator cuff injury. Livan Hernandez, the Cuban defector, has been named MVP of the World Series with his victories over Oral Hershiser in games 1 and 5. And to make it all the more special, Cuban authorities issued the necessary travel papers for his mother, Miriam Carreras, only yesterday. She flew in today, got here about 2 hours before game time. She was at the game for a few innings. We're told she left for security reasons, but we take it she will be able to stay at least for a while and visit with her son, who is now a hero in 2 nations.
Well, I think they had a lot of MVPs on this ball club. Moises Alou had some big games and a big hit here in the 9th inning today. Edgar Renteria played great shortstop throughout the series, and he gets the game-winning hit here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Even Bobby Bonilla, he got him started on the road back today. Gary Sheffield. When you look at this Marlins team, it is a team of MVPs. All of them played as well as anyone else could play on this ball club. They all contributed to this championship.
A world championship for Jim Leyland. A career minor leaguer until he came up to the bigs as a coach. In the Detroit organization, there he is with his young general manager, Dave Dombrowski. One of the most highly regarded baseball minds around. Jim Leyland, who, as we said last night, rode those buses out of Cocoa Beach, Bristol, Clinton, and Rocky Mount. Never had so much as a single at-bat in the major leagues. Now he's the skipper of the world champions. Resurrected in Florida. Came close with the 93 Phils. They won the pennant, but not the World Series. Now he gets the ring that every ball player wants. It was Edgar Renteria who whistled one back toward the mound. Nagy appeared to get the slightest piece of it, but he couldn't make a play. It flew into center field, and it took all measure of sanity with it as this place went wild. Go down to the field and have a storm.
Thank you very much, Bob, and it is absolute bedlam down here, as you can see. And somewhere on this platform, we've got Jim Leyland here. And Jim, before we get everybody in place for the championship trophy, to see Jim embraced by his injured pitcher, Alex Fernandez. An incredible scene, and after 3 decades of being in baseball, could you have ever imagined this, Jim?
No, not really. I guess every little boy imagined this might happen to him one time, but believe me, I thought it was a total fantasy for me.
What was going through your mind when the Indians were 2 outs away from winning this ball game?
Well, you know, I was a little concerned like everybody else. We haven't given up all year, and tonight wasn't the night to give up. I told them before the game, when we walked in the clubhouse tonight, we were going to be the world champions.
There was some speculation that you might actually consider retiring after after reaching this, the pinnacle of your career, particularly if Wayne Huizenga decides to sell the team? Would you consider that?
My wife doesn't like me that much. I can't retire.
All right, well, how about accepting the trophy? How about that? Let's turn around here and find now team owner Wayne Huizenga stepping into the picture. And Bud Selig is here for the presentation as MVP Livan Hernandez. Why don't you step over to this side as we're going to present the World Series trophy to team owner Wayne Huizenga. Bud?
On behalf of everybody in Major League Baseball, to you, Don Smiley, Dave Dombrowski, Jimmy Leland, and everybody, congratulations. You are richly deserved the world champion.
People made so much of all of the money, the millions that you spent to build this championship ball club. Was it more than money, however, that made them World Series champs?
Are we just on NBC now or on the stadium?
We're on NBC.
Okay. This is absolutely fantastic. You know, people make a lot about our payroll, but we got a lot of rookies on here. We got a lot of guys from the farm team, and our payroll is lower than all the rest of the guys we beat.
Wayne, I believe we may also be on the stadium, and I have to ask you this question. You talked about selling the ball club. Will you change your mind? Will you consider not?
We're not going to worry about that. Right now, I want to thank the fans, and I want to congratulate Cleveland. They're a great team. I want to say thanks to the players. I want to thank to Don Smiley and Dave Dombrowski, and most of all to our skipper, Jimmy Leland. Jimmy deserves it.
Lift it up, Dave.
All right, thank you very much, Hannah. Edgar, let us talk to you. Edgar Renteria, tell us about that base hit as you're getting outfitted here with your championship hat.
Oh, I feel so excited because, you know, because the team win, that's everybody won. The team win, that's like...
What went through your mind as you came up to the plate with bases loaded?
No, in the season I'm doing like 3 times or 5 times like this and with the game. Now I feel comfortable, you know, and when I see my pitch and he put the ball in ground.
All right, Jim Leland, we have been together on a couple of moments that weren't quite like this. You cried, I remember, a couple of those occasions, and you said this is a lesson for everybody. And if I ever get back, I'm going to remember, never give up, just like the Braves didn't give up when they beat you. Were you thinking about that tonight at all?
No, not really. I was thinking more about my wife and my son in the stands and my dad and my mom. And, you know, I'm going to cry tonight, too. I don't know if it'll be right now, but I will definitely cry before this is over with.
You have had a number of opportunities in your life to reach this pinnacle. After 33 years, 18 years in the minors and all the bus rides, is it worth it now?
Well, it's worth it to me, and like I said all along in this year, it wasn't really a theme for those guys, but it had something to do with, like I said, the minor league managers, all the guys been in instructional leagues, they're down in winter ball, and they think they'll never get here. You know, there's a flunky a double-A backup flunky catcher, and I'm standing on this podium tonight, so don't give up, guys.
After your speech tonight, you gave to your club. Gary Sheffield talked to them after you left and said that he wanted to dedicate this victory, as we bring Gary Sheffield in, to you for everything that you have done. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Gary, tell us what you said. What did you say to your teammates before the game about Jim? You ought to hear it now.
I told them we're going to pray first, and we prayed. But I told them we all pray, you pray hard enough, it comes true. And I know how bad Jim Leland wanted this. I know how emotional he is. That's why we didn't want to let him down, baby. We did it for Miami fans, baby, too. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yeah!
Did you know your guys cared that much to want to dedicate it to you?
Well, I appreciate that, but this is for them. They're the guys that played, and like all managers, I just kind of orchestrated everything, and like I said, there's a lot of guys. Renee Lashman and John Bowles, I tip my hat to them. They laid all the groundwork for me, and I came in and cut the yellow ribbon.
Congratulations to you, Jim. You've dedicated your life to this sport. Congratulations. Let's go to Hannah Storm with the MVP.
And now for the presentation of the MVP award, and it's the same man who won the MVP of the National League Championship Series. The overnight sensation here in the postseason, man who wasn't even in the rotation to start the playoffs. Livan Hernandez, here's Leonard Coleman, president of the National League.
Livan, congratulations on 2 clutch, gritty performances, which propelled your team to victory. We're also very pleased that your mother could be with us this evening. You're our most deserving MVP.
Congratulations.
Levon Hernandez is joined by his interpreter, Julio Sarmiento.
I love you, Miami!
He does know some English. I love you, Miami. Levon, what did it mean to you? What did it mean to you, Levon?
Mine and yours, Edgar. This is mine and yours, Edgar.
What did it mean to Levon to have his mother here tonight, Levon?
Me sentí muy bien, estoy muy contento y... I felt very good, I'm very happy. La victoria se la dedico yo a ella y todo esto es de ella. The victory I give to her, all this trophy is hers.
Does he have a message for all of those people at home in Cuba, those people that he left behind?
Bueno, el mejor mensaje es esto. A los que me quieren, yo los estimo mucho. Estamos lejos, pero los quiero mucho. A mi familia. The message is this. To those that follow me and that love me, I love them and I follow them and I support them. Un saludo a todo Miami, que los quiero a todos. A todos los quiero. Comunidad latina, americana, a todo el mundo. Special greeting to all of Miami. I love you all. Latin American, Americans, everyone in Miami. I love you all. Esta victoria es de ellos también. This victory is yours as well.
Levon Hernandez has found a home here in Miami. Now let's go to Keith Olbermann with Mike Hargrove.
Thanks, Hannah. Mike, there are no words to describe what you saw. What do you tell your team?
Well, Keith, I don't really, know what to tell your team other than the fact that they played hard all year long. We overcame a lot of long odds to get to where we're at. We finished today. We played hard. We didn't give the game away. The Marlins played well. It was a game that could have gone either way, and just happened to go the Marlins' way. We have no reason to feel sorry for ourselves, to feel ashamed about anything. And that's pretty much what I told the guys. Keep your heads up. Feel very good about who you are and what you're about and what you present to the American people, because they saw, I think that they saw a ball club that has a lot of heart, a lot of character, a lot of talent, and people like that are good to be around.
There was nothing strategically wrong in any stage of that game. All the right moves occurred on both sides. You just got a ball that was hit over Charles Nagy's head by about 1/4 of an inch.
That's usually what it comes down to in these kind of games. The Marlins. I enjoyed playing the Marlins. But I enjoyed managing against Jimmy Leland. I mean, acknowledged as one of the best managers in the league. He's a good friend of mine. Plus, Rich Donnelly's a very good and dear friend. So it was. You don't want to lose to anybody. But I guess you could say that I was happy to see Rich Donnelly and Jimmy Leland happy.
This was a series that was criticized in the media and was said to be sloppy and all the rest, and you close it out obviously on your side, the wrong side for posterity, but you close it out with what it truly amounted to one of the epic games in baseball history.
Well, I would hope so. I really would hope that people would honestly look at this series and understand and realize, what it is. It is baseball. It doesn't have to be New York. It doesn't have to be Baltimore. It doesn't have to be Atlanta. Those are very good cities and very good teams, but the Marlins are a very good ball club and come from a good area, and the Indians are a good ball club and come from a good city too. And that's what baseball's all about. It doesn't have to be the same teams every year. If you look at it honestly, and if you enjoy baseball, then you had to enjoy this series.
Will you be able ever to see this game in that perspective?
Sure. I'm proud of my guys. I really, really am. I'm very, very disappointed that we lost. I mean, I can't describe you how disappointed. You don't get many chances like this, and we came real close. But I am extremely proud to be associated with people like I've been associated with this year. They're good people, as I said, with a lot of character, and I don't want people to count us out for next year either.
Mike Hargrove, you and your staff and your team have been eminently gracious to us throughout this World Series, and on behalf of NBC, we thank you and our condolences on this one.
Thank you very much, Keith.
All right, we're going to go to a break and come back with more after the 7th and decisive game of the World Series right after this. Oh.
With a patented Tri-Clean formula that gently breaks up stains. Aquafresh Whitening, safe to use every day for dazzling whiter teeth.
much longer? The Dominion fleet should be in weapons range in 20 minutes. Are all the Bajorans off the station?
The last transport just left.
Let's hope the Dominion honors the non-aggression pact. Cadet, put me through to the Defiant.
Yes, sir. On screen.
Benjamin, I know what you're going to say, but we've got at least another hour of work before we can activate the minefield.
You don't have an hour, old man. The Dominion is going to be here in less than 20 minutes. You're going to be a sitting duck.
Then I hope you can buy us some more time. Dax out. Dax to O'Brien.
I know. Work faster.
The medical tricorder, hypospray, dermal regenerator, and battlefield trauma kit. Medical tricorder, hypospray, dermal regenerator, and battlefield trauma kit. That's everyone. Now what? Now, we wait. Until the casualties start coming in. Are you sure you're all right? I'll be fine. Besides, my father won't let me stay in ops, and I promised the Federation News Service a first-hand account of the battle. You'll get it. Just remember, Bashir is spelled with an I.
Field doctor, sir.
I must say, Constable, I admire your composure. You're an island of tranquility in a sea of chaos.
What I am is useless. My entire staff has been evacuated to Bajor.
I'm not feeling too terribly useful myself at this moment. But if it'd make you feel any better, you could always deputize me.
I'm sure if the Jem'Hadar board the station, you'll make yourself useful.
It's ironic. When the Klingons attacked the station, Gul Dukat and I were fighting side by side. At one point, he turned his back to me, and I must admit that for a moment, he made a very tempting target.
You'd shoot a man in the back.
Well, it's the safest way, isn't it? But then I thought, well, no, I can't fight all these Klingons by myself. So I let him live.
And now you regret it.
Ah, my dear Constable. Before this day is over, everyone on this station is going to regret it.
Ra! I've always said you were an idiot, but I never believed it more than I do at this moment.
Brother, if you want to insult me, it's going to have to wait till later. I'm busy.
Busy doing what?
Preparing perimeter defenses for the attack.
There are dozens of engineers that could be doing that. Starfleet engineers. Humans. You should be on Bajor with your new wife.
That's what Lita said.
Well, she's right. This is not your fight.
It's not your fight either, but I don't see you leaving.
I have to look out for my bar.
And I have to look out for you.
Me?
You're my brother. Whatever happens, we belong together.
Well, like I said, you're an idiot.
On screen, Captain.
General Martok, take a defensive position near the Defiant. They have to finish deploying those mines no matter the cost.
And they will. You have my word on it, Captain.
Mr. Worf, activate the weapons array.
Aye, sir.
Captain, as a major in the Bajoran militia, I must officially protest Starfleet's refusal to turn over this station to my government.
Your protest is duly noted.
Good. Now that that's over with. Kira Nerys reporting for duty.
Weapons range in 1 minute.
I've been waiting for this moment for 5 years.
First, we reclaim Terok Nor. Then,
onto Bajor.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, or must I remind you the Dominion just signed a non-aggression pact with Bajor?
The Dominion might have. I never did.
The Dominion will honor its treaty, and as a member of the Dominion, you will honor it as well.
Where the Dominion leads, I will follow.
I never doubted it.
Attack wings 1 through 5. Head for the Defiant. Remaining ships, target the station.
We're within weapons range.
Well, then by all means, fire.
Mr. Warp, all weapons fire at will.
Enemy ships are closing on the Defiant.
Mr. Warp, got them.
Sir, the station's shields are holding.
Impossible. Federation shields have always proven useless against our weapons.
I've found it wise to never underestimate the Federation's technical skill or Captain Sisko's resourcefulness. Damar, bring us around for another pass.
Chief, how much longer?
Just another couple of minutes. Take us to our final set of coordinates.
Helm, set course. Chief, I'm going to have to take evasive maneuvers.
If you do, you risk setting off every mine on this ship.
And if I don't, we may not have a ship left.
You may continue your work, Commander. I will handle the Jem'Hadar.
Who says there's never a Klingon around when you need one? This shield's at 35%. They're preparing for another attack.
Mr. Warp, make every shot count.
Attack wings and batteries. Concentrate your firepower on Section 17 of the outer docking ring. We have to penetrate their shields.
We've lost main power to the shields.
Switching to auxiliary power, but I do not know how long it will hold.
Defiant to Captain Sisko.
Dax, go ahead.
We've set the last mine.
Activate the field and return to the station.
Yes, sir. Dax out.
Sir, the minefield.
I have eyes, Damar.
This isn't turning out quite the way I planned.
It's a minor setback, Wei-Un. Once we take the station, we'll be able to dismantle the minefield without interference.
Both hope your confidence is justified.